And that was every Friday. The gate of NDA is thrown open. And everybody have access to come and pray in the mosques. And I want to actually enjoin journalists to go to all military formations across the country on Friday by 1 o'clock. We are going to see the same thing happening across all military formations, including Naval Training Command Papa, including the division in Ibadan, including NDA, including Jaji. I was in Jaji in 1994 for my junior division. And every Friday, our gate is thrown open. And everybody comes in to pray in our mosques. Even though they have their mosque outside. If you go to defense headquarters, I serve at defense headquarters as the Deputy Director, Defense Administration between 2015 and 2017. Throughout my 2 years at defense headquarters, I received visitors only twice because of the strict security architectures at the defense headquarters. But every Friday, the gate of defense headquarters is thrown wide open for everybody to come in and do Jumat. That is the time the terrorists have the time to profile our security environment.
Has that always been the case?
It has always been the case. I've served the military intelligence for the past 35 years. It has always been the case. Our problem is religion and social-cultural. I mean, people will expect me to come here and start talking about kinetics, about operation and so on. I've been an operational commander all my life. I've commanded warships, I've commanded troops, I've commanded men outside Nigeria and so on. But I'm not going to come to your station to discuss kinetics. The problem is not kinetics. In 2017, 2016, I'm always a member of the Security and Intelligence Brief at the Defense Headquarters. I told them, General Lawrence Shakin then, that the challenge we have in this country cannot be solved the same way we solved the problem of Niger Delta. The Niger Delta problem was solved during Yar'Adua time, basically by me. And I told them that we can't use that same template for Boko Haram. I told General Lawrence Shakin to look at the center of gravity of the problem. And we all came together. I was made a member of the committee, including Atahiru that just died was a member of that committee in 2016, 2017. And we came to a conclusion after several arguments. The arguments were three. To identify the center of gravity of the problem, one group said it is the fighters, the Boko Haram fighters are the center of gravity, so we should go after them. Another group said the center of gravity of Boko Haram is Abubakar Shekau. So if you go after Abubakar Shekau, then the problem of Boko Haram will be solved. I took exception to the group. I said that is not the center of gravity of the problem of Boko Haram insurgency that we were having between that 2012 and 2017. And General Lawrence Shakin asked me, Olami, why are you giving problem? What is the problem? Give us the answer. And I told General Shakin that if I tell you the answer, you're not going to be able to solve the problem. He said, what is the problem? I said, the center of gravity of Boko Haram and insurgency in Nigeria are the sponsors of that program. It was beyond us. Because the job we need to do is kinetics. Fight, destroy places, resolve issues. But we cannot resolve issue of sponsors of Boko Haram that were in Buhari's government, that we know them. Oh na 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 na.
Watch it out. Watch me far away, see me far away. Shabada, tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, oh, then think say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, so go like to pretend, do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I know. Ohaneze Ndigo, how na day? I don't come to speak my mind with no delay. Let them know say una eyes clear about una way. Watch out, many things they happen in that country you did. So some people trouble up on people every day. Even when you did, you go talk say you know they. I need to understand why this one about. I need to understand why the truth apart. The promise that we got and nationalize. The promise we will live and no complaints. Watch me far away. Watch me far away. See me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, oh, then think say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go like to pretend, oh. Do not run away from me. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I
Bonjour, si vous...
I come back again to tell people say, now here we day. We don't come to stay. I say no retreat, no surrender. We're leaving be, but no array. Look at the soldiers killing innocent Biafrans every day. Look at the Islamists killing innocent Christians every day. It's depending me, it's depending me, it's depending me. Chupoki Kofiama, Ataranya say Maka, Ataranya say Maka. I know Ginaka, that is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know, that is why I say, that is why I.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct Today is Saturday, the 30th day of August 2025. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers onto this hallowed platform where we preach not only the gospel of physical liberation, but also mental emancipation, that you may know the truth and the truth shall set you. That's knowing the truth, or the basics of the knowledge of truth is by hearing it. Because without hearing it, there is no way you can know it. And hearing it also is not the criteria or the criteria that you have known the truth. It is not that. Once you start, it's a process. Hearing the truth makes you go further or take more further steps by researching about what you've heard. And once you research about it and you found out that, look, what these people are saying is truth, which means you've known it automatically. You've known it. That is it. So, you must not, you must not know the truth without hearing it. That is number one. And hearing the truth does not automatically qualify you as knowing the truth. No, because information is power, yes. But it depends on what you do with the information. Some people will hear the information and grab it. Some people will hear the information and do something about it, which means it empowers them. It's just like you driving along the road and you see a driver, another vehicle coming opposite direction, telling you stop, flashing you light and telling you stop, don't go further. There are armed robbers on the way, 2-3 kilometers on the way. Don't go. He give you that information. You understand? That information has been provided to you, and the person went. He drove by. It is now for you to use that information, or you don't use it. You might say, no, don't worry. This is nothing. Sometimes they give you fake news, this and that. You discard it with one excuse or the other, and you continue going. And when you reach there, you suffer the consequences. And you start regretting. I was given this information, but I didn't use it. Do you see? Do you see how you can hear? You can be provided with information, but you did nothing with the information. And, you will not be empowered. But once you hear that information and you use it judiciously, it has empowered you. And you escape the armed robbery. You turn around and go your way. After you tune in on your radio and start listening to news of what happened, and you say, I escaped it because of the information somebody just gave to me. Do you see that? So, some people might be listening to Radio Biafra, but they don't really care, or they don't really use the information as supposed to. So, it will never change anything in them. That is the situation, that is the reality. But here on Radio Biafra, we also urge you to use the information here. After hearing it, go and make your researches and find out the truthfulness, the reality of what is being preached. Once you confirm, you've known it. Therefore, we must continue. As I have said, today is Saturday, the 30th day of August 2025. Today is a day dedicated to discussions on religious matters on this radio, because we shall never shy away from anything. Radio Biafra is 360 degrees. Anything we try to shy away from, that thing, it is a postponement of our problem. It will be haunting us when the time comes. I am telling you honestly, that is why we must make sure to treat everything, because there has been some people with the, with the suggestion that no, there are some things, no, let us leave that one first. And I said, for me, I said, no. Let us not make mistake of our predecessors. Anything you left behind undiscussed, remember, it will be a thorn in our flesh, or the source of the thorn in our flesh. Because our enemies will use it to enter us or to fight us when the time comes. So it's better to expose everything. If now I fight Ohinila at the same time. After all, we have been baptized with fire always, so that we will come out pure. So that in due time, nothing will be new to us as a people. The independent fighters of Africa made the same mistake. I have played the clip of somebody that said it. I think Patrice Lumumba, Professor Patrice Lumumba of Kenya. He said it, that during the 1960s, early 50s and, late 50s and early 60s, when Africa was on the era of flag independence fight, some people like Julius Nyerere and others proposed that, look, you can call them more radical ones. They proposed that, look, we should never be free completely until we do away with the European borders imposed on us as Africans. That this is not our real borders. We should go back to reorient ourselves to our pre-colonial borders and who we are. If it is tribal, we call ourselves, no problem. But others, majority say no. Sometimes majority could be wrong. I am telling you, majority is not always right, though, for your information. Sometimes majority could be completely wrong. Some others say, no, let us take these things easy. It's one after the other. Let us take these things easy. It's one after the other. Let us collect our independence first. Leave the borders. We are going to deal with them later. Because in some places, the colonial Europeans are still there, so it will be bloody. There will be conflict. And that is the first brutal mistake they made. They thought that after the Europeans might have gone, that they will just remove their hands from Africa, not knowing that they are coming, or they will come in more subtle and sophisticated manner. And lo and behold, that thing they say, no, it doesn't matter, it will bring a confusion. Africa has been in total dependency, turmoil, neocolonialism since all those 50s and 60s. Nothing changed. and it will no more change. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that is the point I'm using. Also, the same thing as Ikiwe made the same mistake. Instead of wading in when Ahmad Bello was negotiating, when Ahmad Bello was grabbing everything before independence, Azikiwe told Wolo said, leave him. Don't you know school? Don't you see? You know me now. You did it. Where do you school? Not be England. Oh, you are. Don't worry. Leave Ahmad Bello. Let him negotiate anything with Britain. Once Britain leaves, we are going to change everything now. You don't trust me. You don't trust me. He mistakenly thought that running a country is like running your private business. As a media owner, he employs the people, he runs it, you know, very well. He runs his business very, very well. So I think, don't worry, I know. Anything we have to do, there is no no-go area in this struggle. We discuss it, open it up. Because that is it. We shouldn't shy away from anything, including these religious discussions, because anything we shy away from, say, let us postpone it. Honestly speaking, we will be postponing our problems when the time comes. Therefore, please, I once again welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers onto today's hallowed platform. There is a mistake of today on Biafra TV. There is a mistake of today. That's why people are asking whether it is live. The date is written August 27th. It is wrong. It is 30th of August. Let me try to inform the admin, please. I don't know if it's listening, but let me try to inform him that there is a mistake. That is why they don't understand. Please, 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 please. So I think I've informed him and it will be corrected. I've informed him and it will be corrected, please. Today's date is 30th. 30th. 30th of August, and I think it is corrected. 30th of August. It will be corrected. It is not 27th, it's 30th of August. Please. Therefore, as I said, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers onto this hallowed platform. Today is Saturday, the 30th day of August. It is written on the beginning, on the caption, yes, but it is on the live stream. I don't know that it was written. It has been corrected. Thank you very much, Mazi. So, it is a live program, please. Today is Saturday, the 30th day of August, 2025. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers. This is where we preach the gospel, the bitter pill that heals. Here we don't massage words. But do not forget that tomorrow, being Sunday, the 31st day of August, we are going to hold the second episode of our live X-Space program on X, formerly known as Twitter, please. Biafra Regional Affairs, because it is a central platform for cultural, political, socio-cultural dialogue, empowering our people, preserving our heritage, and shaping our future. It is being held every Sunday by 5 p.m. Biafra time. Therefore, you have no justification not to tune in, please. It is on X space. We invite both our critics, everybody join us on our handle at Radio Biafra Live. One word. At Radio Biafra Live. Radio Biafra Live is one word. Live is Live. Bring your questions. Also, bring your questions and your argument, because we want to reach out to our people, those that are even against what we are doing, or that have different suggestions and opinions on what you are all invited, because it is our Biafra regional affairs. It is our Biafra regional affairs. It is full of us. Because here on Radio Biafra, many people cannot join, cannot speak. But there you have even our critic, you have at least more chances of airing your view. There we bow to superior argument. That is why we are different. We are not intimidators. No, 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 no. We don't behave like the zoologians. No. That they don't have once they don't have a superior argument, they start profiling you, insulting you. Igbo man, no be you, be a fraud. Oh yeah, man, I come now. God will punish you. No, 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 no. We are not like that. We want the superior argument to reign, to rule. Because here on Radio Biafra, here in our platform, IPOB was instituted with enlightenment. That is why we have enlightened mindset. And that is what we are trying to spread. Enlightenment. Every continent, every people have their era of enlightenment. And I bet you that this is the era of African enlightenment. And IPOB is one of the champions. I'm telling you honestly. Therefore, please join us tomorrow on Biafra Regional Affairs on Twitter Space. The handle is at Radio Biafra Live. One word, Radio Biafra Live. By 5 p.m. Biafra time, please. So, as I was saying, we must continue. Today is the 30th day. Let me repeat it again. The 30th day of August 2025. Tata Bo Obochi Orie. Today I'm going to talk about cultural decay. Cultural decay. But before that, there is something I want to please. There is something I want to say. Distortion sort of. Sorry, I don't know. Let me see. Is there any squeaky sound or let me see, please. On IPOB Community Radio. I think he has stopped. Please, Mazi. Yeah, I think he has stopped. Mazi, I am coming out clear, please. If you are not, because I checked IPOB community radio, it is okay. Yeah. IPOB community radio is coming out. Please check your side. Check your side. If it is not coming out, I will see from my if there is any problem, I will see it anyhow from my dashboard. So check your own side, please, Mazi. I say before I continue to the topic of today's submission, I want to say something on this clip, which which I've been playing here almost all the time. Anytime I'm on air, even sometimes off air, it is being played about the revelation of this man, Kunle Olanwumi, concerning the sponsors of Boko Haram and insecurity in Nigeria, former naval staff. I want to say something. I want to bring out something. You know, sometimes I used to listen to this man's revelation, because it's not anyhow person. The revelation of this man is not anyhow person. We can learn many things from what he said. But lo and behold, Nigeria is not a place where people learn something. No. They don't value knowledge. No. As the man was saying, this was, I think, 4 years back. He revealed this. He is a person. It's a shadow. The people, the class of shadow. Are you getting what you know? In a nation, there are people that are shadows. You don't need to even see them. That is one thing we should understand. There are different classes of people. To maintain the national security and to continue making things happening. That's why you have a secret police. You know, normally secret police can behave like a mad person. We are rugged, mad thing. You don't know that they are on a sting operation, trying to find out something. That is one thing we should understand. This man is a high-ranking official, military intelligence officer, heavy one. Why this man came out to talk about what is happening in Nigeria at that time? Well, is that things we are getting out of hand. So he said, no, if I continue hiding, which country will I be defending again? There will be no country. So let me come and warn Nigerians. He even risked his life because he's not supposed to. There are people you are not supposed to know. The class of people you are not supposed to know that they are even existing. Not many people, even we know, even in the Nigerian government, not many we know of his real hierarchy, his real activity. But he came out to warn Nigeria to explain things. So that is why we should learn. Every time I used to listen to this man, say, why is this man's warnings and revelations not even hidden? Nigerians don't talk about it. A person of this caliber, and we also learn. There is something I want to bring out, please. Now, please listen. What I want to bring out, please listen. Very quick. Listen attentively. In what he said, listen.
You are a member of a church, and your pastor have decided to be at a certain level of spiritualism, and you're a member of that church, you cannot be higher than your pastor spiritually. You can't, no matter what you do.
So this is the same religion you spoke about?
Yes. In real life, you see that the defense secretaries cannot conduct any operations that is not sanctioned by the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Yeah. They cannot.
No matter how small, little
they cannot. So when the Yar'Adua government decided to put an end to Niger Delta militancy, that was in 2000.
Listen attentively. I want people to listen attentively here. This is where I want to bring out. Because we need to learn. Emma, ọkwa sị ke otu na-esi ekwu ya asị ọkwa lee no asị ọkụkọ lee otu esi egbu ọkwa na ọkwa ozu nwanne gị. We should learn. Listen attentively to what he said and what I want to say. Please listen.
7. What he did was simple. He called all the security chiefs and all the intelligence chiefs and tasked them to come up with a solution. The Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Intelligence Agency, the Department of State Services were called with the Inspector General of Police and the Interpol to come up with the solution to the problem. Then the problem was Niger Delta. The president was Yar'Adua. He was dispassionate. He wanted to solve the problem. Within 6 months, we solved the problem.
They solved the problem of Niger Delta within 6 months. I want you to listen. There is something I want to bring out there, please.
I remember I have to go to Angola to go and bring Herioka, and nobody in Nigeria knew what we did. All we know is that since 27, 28 that we conducted our operation under Yar'Adua, Niger Delta issue has remained manageable.
This is what I want to bring. This is where I want to bring out, please. He said during the time of the Niger Delta militancy, the president, Yar'Adua, late President Yar'Adua, called the whole security chiefs and told them to proffer a solution. He said people didn't know what they did. And within 6 months, I want you to listen again to the English he used. Are you getting what I'm saying? Please. He said the Niger Delta problem was reduced to a manageable level. Listen again. I want you to hear it again.
Dispassionate. He wanted to solve the problem. Within 6 months, we solved the problem. I remember I have to go to Angola to go and bring Herioka, and nobody in Nigeria knew what we did. All we know is that since 27, 28 that we conducted our operation under Yar'Adua, Niger Delta issue has remained manageable.
Okay. That is what I want to bring out. That is what I want to bring out. That within few months, 6 months, he said that Niger Delta has been maintained, or Niger Delta situation remained manageable. That word, manageable, is what I want people to understand. I want to emphasize on. The question you should ask yourself is this: why didn't they completely eradicate Niger Delta militancy? No, I want people to. I want to take it easy so that you digest that word. They reduce the situation, the militancy, so a situation of manageability. Well, do you know what it means? No. I said, this man, please be listening to this man. Every day you'll be hearing something that you learn, even in the course of this our struggle. Why didn't they destroy that, destroy each militancy, kill the whole people, the whole heads, everything? Why? I want you to correlate it with the situation with IPOB. Why did they have to leave it to a state of limbo where the Nigerian government can manage it? Not eradication, no. Because they know that if they kill the players, the main players, the people might come out, other people might come out and be more radical. Are you getting me? So they have to leave these people. They have to leave Tompolo, leave Asari Dokubo. Now they tempt them, they manage them. One of the main reasons of managing them, so that they can use them against any other group that is rising up for the same thing. They will use them. Now they will unleash Asari Dokubo and Tompolo on them. They say because you are being paid for that. That is the manageability. They will unleash them on them. Any other genuine people, any other genuine group that wants to come up to say, no, these people have sold us. No. They now use these people they are managing in order to deal with them. You see that? That's why they keep them in a limbo. You know, they arm them, allow them to be doing some things. Nigerian government is in charge of it. Are you getting what I'm saying? The same way they leave people like Owazirike, so that he will be, will be a ceremonial freedom fighter. He will be playing on the sentiments of our people all the time. Every year they sew uniform because money there is money. The Nigerian government budgets for these things. It's a country, it's a state. Because if they clear them complete, it will bounce back on other people that is more radical and that could be not controlled will rise up. So the job of these people is to make sure to keep people, to keep their population in check, using that sentiment that, oh, these are the freedom fighters, Sometimes they fight. You see, Asali Dokubo, sometimes they talk very tough. These are, this is one of the manageability. They allow him to get away with it. Because those things is to make the people that is also counting on him. I mean his people. His people. In order to praise him, yes, they will publicize where he talk against the Gambari that these are the full, and you cannot take far Niger Delta, you cannot take a major, or be a like this. Nigerian government is playing on their, mentality, on their psyche, so that you don't need to look for another alternative. The people should not look for another alternative. They continue focusing on this. I say these people are fighting for us. Don't worry. Look at what he's speaking. Look at the way he's hollering against the Nigerian government. That is the manageability. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that sometimes, from time to time, Owazirike comes out and speak. No, Biafra, people follow. Yes, that is the manageability. That's why they keep them alive. They continue playing on people's sentiments until thy kingdom come. Why don't they eliminate them? This is intelligence work, intelligence calculation. And that IPOB learns from all this. This is one of the reasons they didn't kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For your information, they say no. They contemplated killing him according to IPOB M branch, the intelligence. They contemplated killing him. People in Aso Rock is giving IPOB information. Some people might think that it is Igbo. No. Which Igbo man we have the balls to which secret even they have? Don't you know that there are other ethnicities? There are even some Fulani, for your information, that give IPOB information. Hausas, different ethnicities inside the inner circle of Asorok. Are you getting what I'm saying? You know, during Buhari regime, they removed no Igbo man was on the inner caucus, security caucus, even till today, thinking that once you remove them, now because there will be source of leakage of information to IPOB, not knowing that it is that time. Anything people inform IPOB from Asorok. Are you getting it? This is exactly they contemplated on killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and say, yes, yes, they will react. We will occupy Biafra region with soldiers, fierce looking soldiers. And anything that nothing. Even some said among them that this Yoruba presidential candidate that was killed. What is his name? He was killed and not heaven did not fall. Oh, so they should kill Nnamdi Kanu. Nothing will happen. They intelligently consider and say, no, we have to use him, keep him. Nnamdi Kanu, according to them, they thought that Nnamdi Kanu was the center of gravity. Like what this man has been emphasizing, that they were informed. He informed them that they should attack the center of gravity of Boko Haram. They go to the center of gravity. That is why they kidnapped. They spent a lot of money. You don't know what they spent in kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You didn't know. Did you? Do you know? You didn't know what they spent in kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, Abiola. Some of them said, no, let us kill him in nothing, no, heaven will not fall. The more radical ones among them. The others intelligently said, no, if we kill this man, yes, there will be, it will backfire. Because one, there will be chaos, he will be a hero. The situation might not be controlled because he will be eternal hero. It will make people that hate, even Biafrans that hate IPOB, will galvanize people to join them. Now, let us keep him. We will keep him and destroy IPOB. We will demask him. I don't know, people. I don't know. People don't understand. I don't know. People, please. They say, we will keep him. We will demask him. And gradually we IPOB, this worldwide phenomena which he made mouth with, that it is indestructible, that we will destroy it. Here we bet. He said they betted, they say we must destroy IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in their hand, isn't it? Our leader. He's our leader till tomorrow. Ask yourself, why didn't they kill him? They want their main purpose, their main focus is IPOB. That is why they unleashed people, mostly from America. Remember, America hosts till today. He hosts the worst Biafra saboteurs in the whole world. Is home to the highest number of Biafra saboteurs in the whole world till today. Heavy foreign intelligence have informed IPOB several times. What I'm telling you is is a fact, it's true. They started in America, so they unleash all these things in order to disorganize IPOB, to reduce IPOB into a state of where Nigerian government can manage it. Just like they did to Niger Delta militancy. He said after 6 months, Niger Delta militancy remains manageable. He didn't say they eradicated, no. They are spending money. That's why sometimes you see they are giving money to Tompolo, giving contracts to Asari Dokubo. Why? Why? In order to manage them, to continue managing them, Nigerian government uses them as they want, so that they are playing different roles, very crucial roles. And in order to checkmate any other future militancy that will rise up, they are the people that Nigeria will arm them, they will bring them down. do you understand? Do you understand it now? So that Nigeria will no longer have the problem of sending military or this and that. They have the people they are managing to do their job. That is exactly what they are trying to do to IPOB. People should understand it. That is why these people will come with Nnamdi say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu give this order, this and that, controversial things. After, if I'm not around, I'm the leader. This one will come and say no. He said don't touch finance. This one will come. The leadership should not touch finance. So leave everything money. So that to destroy IPOB. And it didn't succeed. Now they unleashed parallel. They compromise, use money to buy criminals, unleash criminality in our land. Telling the people, say, look, what you are going to do for us is anything you do, use ESN. Say that you are fighting for Biafra. Now, most of them are no longer using ESN, but they say fighting, just use that name, fighting for Biafra. So that once our people will suffer, the population will suffer to the extent that anytime they hear Biafra, they will stone that person to death. This is intelligence work now. Learn from this man. From time to time, I used to keep quiet, listening to this man, word for word. And because he gave out intelligence there. Because for him, there is nothing to lose again, because Nigeria is in a mess. Is in a mess. So what is he defending again? Why is he hiding again? So they are not. When you go further, they ask him all these things as you come out. What of your life? Are you afraid of your life? He laughed. He said, "We have reached to the extent my life is nothing." Don't you understand? When somebody is suicidal, he said, killing me doesn't stop anything. So that's why I want to bring out this information for people for Nigerians to know, to judge, to know. So my point there is how they reduced Niger Delta militancy to a manageable level. That word, manageable level, is what they are trying to apply to IPOB. So that what their plan is, one, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the center of gravity to IPOB, but they miscalculated. That once he's out, they take him out of the arena, no more. IPOB will divide into pieces, because I know go on give them that information. I know Igbo now. I know Igbo, my Igbo. I did it 1967 to 1970. I used money, turn Igbo against Igbo. Once you splash money, you will finish. But they were shocked. We gave them the shock of their life. How IPOB structure remained. That's why every Nuhu Ribadu, the national security advisor, I think, he came the other time and said IPOB have been reduced, have been defeated or destroyed. And we laugh. I laughed in Chinese, honestly. They don't know. They know. They're only giving out propaganda. They are only giving out propaganda. There is no way you can destroy IPOB. That is why, if we finish fighting this one fight, other things will come up. Nigeria has money. They have the capacity. In order to, they can be using you without you knowing. I have said it. Because people might be thinking that, as I'm talking on social media, no Nigerian agents have contacted me. I laugh. I say, these are ignorant people. You can be encouraged while doing controversial issues against or saying things against IPOB on social media. You don't know who is encouraging you. You will see, hey, right on, hey, come on. People will call you privately. You don't know. Some of them, you don't know who they are. You don't know that they are not government agents, yes. But maybe somebody called somebody that called him and told him, look, call this your man, encourage him. I love what he's doing. If he needs money, don't worry, we can source money for him. And the person, when he will tell you, I'm an IPOB member in so place, he will tell you. You don't know that he's acting under influence of somebody's influence on somebody's influence. Origin from the Nigerian Secret Service. You don't know. You don't know. You said, nah, they are, I'm being encouraged. Ekperima, how do you think that he was? Have you forgotten when Ekperima is raising fund, doing fundraising? Have you forgotten how money used to flow? To the extent he used to dance. Nah. Somebody that used to do paper for people and maybe he never see for example 8,000 or 10,000 euro before being paid to him for one service translation or paper he promised to do something to somebody. You never see it before. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars started flowing to him. What do you want him to do? Obviously, now he don't make him now. This is struggle. Money continues flowing. Did he ask who is bringing this money? On fundraising, people will be giving $20,000, $50,000. And now, hey, this is how government works. It's intelligence service. So they want to reduce IPOB to a manageable level. Are you getting it? They want to reduce IPOB, keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, postponing, adjourning his case to a man and bringing out contradictory information. Oh, it's from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, this and that. So that IPOB will go into flames. And now they will tell Onyen to say, don't you see? The people you left, they are fighting themselves. So, so you better, there is no more cohesion. You better make a deal and come out. We will support you, don't worry. You are still with that sentiment. Is Asari Dokubo, if he come out today, you see people guiding him, supporting him. If he talk, people bow. Don't you Tempolo the same? Or was Rika the same? So they will give him an example, say, look, you come out and join the line. Be there. You know, no problem. But on your eye, my don't you see that? Don't you see? I am saying, you see this IPOB? No, Nigeria government. I matter that. Look, we are not. We are not like any people. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told them is true. We are not like any Biafra group or any people, Igbo people they have seen before. No, they have not seen this type of people before. Because anything, we analyze it. Any of their move, we analyze it. We wear them down until they again say, okay, what do we do? How do we organize a referendum? That is where we are waiting for them. Not all these things. This man said it pump and plain that they reduced Niger Delta militancy into a manageable situation. He didn't say we destroyed the Niger Delta. No, they reduced it so that it will be moribund. Anytime they want, they use him. That is why you see Asari Dokobo, who is always eloquent. It is Nigerian government backing. Sometimes he will come and insult the Nigerian government, to come and insult the Gamburi, the caliphate. All is part of the deal. So that we must speak like before now. So that people will not, gullible people will not see that you have compromised. You continue playing on people's sentiment without understanding that with the Nigerian government. Don't you see how contradictory he used to be? Today he will hammer, talk. People will even post him, say yes, now. He will tell you, we need Biafra. It's a part of the thing, part of the deal, part of the manageable situation, which they have reduced the militancy. The same thing they want to do to IPOB through different controversies, through unleashing criminality in our land, calling it IPOB. I am happy you see the destruction of the house of that Akodo head. I hope many of us must have seen it in Anambra. Do you see that IPOB has been justified? Do you see that? Saludo and his thugs detaining people in his residence. You see how they destroyed the house of that Saludo chief. What is his name? Let me check his name. I've forgotten his name. Yes. They pulled down his house. Ebuka, Mr. Ebuka, the house that belongs to him. The commander of Governor Soludo's Akodo boys. Do you see that? Do you now understand what we have been shouting? Mazi and what we come here and continue mentioning the names of these people. Now they now understand that many of these things are not there. These things are happening. None of them is from ESN. After all, it is just for propaganda. Truth is coming out. They destroy his name. That this Mr. Ebuka is deeply linked to the dreaded unknown gunmen that have been killing, maiming, and kidnapping innocent people across the Biafra region. Don't you see that? Or don't you see how things are coming out? Let me tell you something. When you fight, when you resist the oppressor to the extent that there is no other way for him to enter you. He will respect you. He will shake you and say, look, a time will come, Nigeria will shake IPOB and say, nah, honestly speaking, there is no other way than for us to negotiate. Because we know every of their plan. We know how they come. They can come with a blackmail. For this person, the leadership, DOS, this person in DOS, Mazi Sanwo say this, he do this. We know. These are sponsored. The people that are doing this, is a probability. They might know or they don't know. So it doesn't matter. What they want to do is to reduce IPOB to the state of manageability, where Nigerian government can manage us. So that everything, once they see that they have destroyed IPOB, they have splintered IPOB into pieces. Now they turn to Nnamdi, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where he is, and say, don't you see? They gave him proof beyond reasonable doubt. Look, you don't see. Other counter-orders are coming from it. They are fighting themselves. You want to come out, we will help you. We will give you a saving face. We will promote you for you to remain, for in the eyes of your people, you remain what you are in their eyes. The same way as Ikiwe was you know, what do you call him? A ceremonial president. Without the people, without Igbos knowing that do you see that? You know, here we expose. I say there is nothing. There is nothing that is heavy on Radio Biafra to expose. Why we are saying this? These are probabilities, so that the enter into your skull. You remove sentiment. What we are doing, millions of Biafrans have been slaughtered. They gave their blood for this, so we cannot afford to fail the second time. For your information, are you getting what I'm saying? We cannot afford to fail the second time. Otherwise, I say nagadi wine da do brabo. I go in here abono. If we fail the second time, which means we are fool forever. We are doomed forever. Are you getting what I'm saying? These are possibilities. This is what Nigerian government wants to do, to reduce IPOB to a manageable state. That's why I say the way IPOB is being structured, the best thing that IPOB that has happened to IPOB is being trained to have a mind of its own. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said he put this right from beginning in his preachings, town hall meetings, on Radio Biafra, to warn us that look, IPOB, this Biafra restoration, should not be counted solely on me. He said it. Because I am a human being, a fallible human being. That is why he said, he gave that instruction. He said, hey, any day I come out and start saying, the next person behind me should cut off my neck. Because it's a possibility. Don't you know that? So that you don't have sentiment. He formed IPOB. Remember, please. No. In this fight, no sentiment, for goodness sake. That is the only way we can defeat. We can have victory. With sentiment, we all perish. I am telling you. If we continue nurturing sentiment, hey, I damn many, all of us. This struggle of damn many. But once we have this in our head, are you getting what I'm saying? No sentiment. Now you see that our focus should be more than anything. The goal of IPOB, Biafra restoration, should be more than anything, anybody. You see that now we continue being unshakable. But once you start nurturing the same sentiment, you know that you are playing into the hands of Nigeria. This man said it, that they reduced this thing, Niger Delta militancy, to a manageable level. You know, I thought about this for long. I say, why not say we crush them, we destroy militancy? No, but they reduce it so that Nigerian government will be managing it, and that is how it is. So that no other person, no other group will rise up. They use these people to fight you. It will be war between two of you. Now Nigerian government will come as a referee. Hey, what is happening? Don't do. They start killing everybody. That's it. Sometimes they allow Asari Dokubo, who has been vocal, in order to castigate Nigerian government, to talk very, very tough. It is part of the deal. It is part of all those things, is to renew the confidence of people on him. Are you getting what I'm saying? Ozrike, don't you speak about the Biafra, about Biafra? Don't he castigate Nigerian government from time to time? It is part of the deal. You know, there is a way they will tell you, don't worry. for money. They have budget. Nigeria, but they have money to spend now. When it comes to issues like this, to maintain the unity of Nigeria, not about development, maintaining the unity of Nigeria, they have money to squander. If you need, I tell you, don't worry. Is it money? Don't worry. If only we give you money without people knowing, and from time to time you can castigate and talk as you used to talk. No problem. No problem about it. So that to continue building people's trust on you, and you continue Biafra. But people will not know that if Wazirike called them today, don't you see people come? Biafra. That sentiment of our people. The people came. They will come. I think which day is it? 30th May, or which day they used to celebrate Biafra Day? They now manage the struggle in the Nigeria style. That is what they want IPOB done. Who tells you that Wazirike lacks no money? He has fund to pay. He has fund to pay to people, to pay to his people that surrounds him, to pay his lieutenants. That is money people want in order to continue, crying about him, talking about. It's like that. We know all this. This man revealed it, and it's not somebody. This man or Wumi, it's not somebody that you will sideline his talk. No. He's talking on an insider's informative point from the high-ranking insider's point of view. That is the way he's talking. And that is the way he spoke. So we learn. Therefore, if you are in this struggle on sentimental basis, please share that sentiment. That is why we must continue supporting the DOS, the leadership of this struggle. They're on the right path. I am telling you honestly. This is, you see, it's now that we are on real freedom fighting. Structures are being built. Things are being put in its position. Are you getting me? To do the right thing. No, there is no sentiment of this and that. The sentiment we have is what, how is this going to help in achieving our goal? That is the only thing. Nothing more. Nothing more. So please, Biafrans, support IPOB, support ESN if you are not supporting. If you are not supportive of ESN, IPOB, support, donate. Because it is the right thing to do. Forget about blackmailers. There is no, if you are doing the right thing, there must be blackmailers. It's everywhere. It's natural. It's normal. There must be blackmailers. There must be people that are taking advantage. There must be people that condemn. If you go up, they say no. If you come down, they say no. Go right. No. Go. They fall to find us. We have them. Please, Nigeria is a government. They have every structure in place fighting us, making sure that they reduce IPOB, that this IPOB, that they must reduce IPOB to a manageable level. So that the Nigerian government will be managing it now. It will be in their hands. Are you getting what I'm saying? And remember Mazi Chinasa, to the extent he revealed that, to the extent ESN was they instructed them to send the ESN to their homes, to your tent, O Israel. Go and drop your oshishi to your traditional rulers. Or don't you know? Don't you see that? The leadership said, no, this is a disaster. If we do this, we are all gone. We are all a disaster. How question Simba? ESN IPOB in Ebony was completely, voluntarily handed over to Devomai to be paying them. That was the starting of this madness, the criminality you are seeing in our land. It was orchestrated to destroy IPOB. Manandi are questioning. I see, you know, order Biago from Onyishu. Why are you not obeying the order? Hapugandi and Yezi, I said, no. If we do it, which means it's a compromise. I said, okay. Let that money, don't allow anything. That's why if you see the DOS, please, any the member DOS, I'm telling you honestly, we must continue. Therefore, I will go into the topic of my submission, but let me see. I think there is one news headline. One news headline I want to read. Just the news headline. Akwa Ibom Governor Eno accused of deducting 15% compulsory tithe from political appointees who earn around 450,000 monthly. When I read I didn't even know that this man, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, was a former pastor. Are you getting it? And they say that is how he has been dealing with his workers. People that work for him in his factories, in his hotels. Okay, let me go read that place. Let me go to that where they wrote it. Okay. One of the appointees who spoke to Sahara reporters on the condition of anonymity said that Akwa Ibom Governor Omo Eno is a criminal. Evidence abounds. The appointee alleged that the governor deducts 15% of their salaries as compulsory tithe every month, regardless of their church affiliation. The appointee stated the pastor turned the governor had for nearly 3 decades been alleged to have been forcibly removing tithes from his workers' salaries at his private company, Royalty Hotel and Resort, Eket, in Akwa Ibom State, before he became governor. Do you see that? During the electioneering campaigns in 2022, this matter came up, but he denied the allegations. You know, Nigeria is a place where people do things with impunity. There is no implementation of rules and regulations, no implementation of law. Do as you want, as long as you have contact, as long as you are connected. They said this man, he's a pastor. Are you getting it? That even since more than 30, many decades, that people that are working on his hotel resort, his workers, he used to deduct compulsory 15% tithe from their salaries. Do you see that? Do you see how these people are criminals? No accountability, no holding him responsible, because he's more than the law. That's why the other day I responded to our brother that was a counselor in a place in Texas that was charging Igbos to hold their political leaders accountable. I just hold on 1 second, please. Just 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry, welcome back to charge. I took care of something on the ground. As I was saying, this governor of what do you call him? Governor of Akwa Ibom. Governor of Akwa Ibom, Governor Eno. That was a pastor. He has his business. He deducts 15% tithe from his workers. On which law in Nigeria? Do you see that? Under which law? If you meet him and start he denied, but he's a pastor. Maybe individually he start quoting for you Bible, say you have to pay this and that. But is it under the Nigerian law? The answer is no. And he continued the same thing. Do you see why today I will talk about cultural decay? Cultural decay. When there is no more morality. People think that religion makes you a better person. And I tell you, I beg to disagree. When the line opens, you can also come, call, and give your own. You can also give even a contrary view or contrary opinion. No problem. The church doesn't, religion does not make you a better person. It's just a hypocrisy. Nothing more. That is what religion promotes. Hypocrisy. This man has been collecting 15% of people's salary. And in the Nigerian law, there is nothing like that. But who will hold him accountable? Because they have the contact, the necessary contact. Don't he? That's why he's there. You see it. So, let me go to the... And when people will say no, some people used to argue something, which is laughable. Some people used to say, no, it's not are you attacking the institution? That is the religion itself or the person. I say, I attack, it is the fault is the religion as an institution. Do you know why? It's not the person or that individual. That religion, the religion encourages that action. If that religion does not encourage it, I am telling you honestly, they will stop it. They will fight it. They don't need outsiders or people to talk about. They will fight it. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is it. So when you see that they don't talk about it, they don't make any as an institution. They don't make any effort in order to curb all this greed. You see that it is how the religion was structured to be. If not, how do you think that a whole Rome, very rich, the Vatican, do you know how many banks, the biggest banks in this world, they control it? It's for them. Do you know that? It's for Rome, for the papacy, for the Vatican. But they still collect money from miserable people from different parts of the world. They still collect funds from miserable people every week because it is their law, it is their church law. You see people contributing penny alpha in different parts of the world. Miserable people that cannot even provide their 3 square meal, and they send part of that money to Rome. They don't say, no, we cancel, no longer bring money again. It is the people that we contribute money to build their churches, their cathedrals, the churches in the villages. It is them that will contribute money to finance their reverend father that is being posted there. It continued the same, that same instruction given by the King Leopold II to the missionaries in Africa in 19th century. It is something that they never change. It's the same thing. So why will you tell me that no, it is about the person? No, the institution is like that. It is like that. Are you getting me? So that is all these things we should know. So as I was talking, the topic of my submission today being Saturday, 30th day of August 2025 for Bochi Orie is cultural decay. Cultural decay. Now, before going on, we should understand that the first element of culture has to do with common or shared life. It has to do with community or collective and common lifestyle. That is culture. It's not about individual, it's about collectivity. It's about people's system, way of life. That is culture. Do you understand it now? I am talking about cultural decay. Cultural decay refers to the deterioration of cultural values, norms, and quality over time, leading to a perceived decline in social cohesion, tradition, and overall societal well-being. This process can involve the loss of cultural heritage, a disconnection from shared societal values, and a shift towards new, often less meaningful or more superficial trends. Remember, superficial means existing or occurring at or on the surface, appearing to be true or real only until examined more closely. So, when you talk about cultural decay, omenala arụ kana omume arụ arụrụ ala omume arụ, cultural decay, it is about the dwindling of cultural values, the deterioration, going down of cultural values, norms, and quality over time, leading to, because when culture is going down, remember, culture is about people, not individual. It has to do with community or collective and common lifestyle. That is culture. Once all these things, it's just like gum. Aradite, gumming people together, flowing together. Once that gum adhesive is wearing off, what do you see? People will start dancing to their individual tunes without minding again about that collectivity or common lifestyle. That is cultural decay. People will now become more individualistic, more individually conscious, more doing their own thing. Are you getting it? Just like in this struggle, for instance, let me give an example. We have our ideology. Our focus in IPOB is Biafra restoration. And we have a hierarchy. We don't treat insubordination with kids' glove. Because, as you may know, this is a quasi-military organization. Are you understanding it? Once there is the deterioration of this command structure. You see people saying, nah, let me do as I want. IPOB does not tolerate it. That is why either the person will be suspended or will be expelled, because we are together. The bedrock of our culture, or the ideology of our culture, is Biafra restoration. And we cannot do it with the anarchy. Doing as you want, I do as I want, and after we say we can restore. No, 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 no. It is only, it becomes making noise. Anarchy. You cannot continue or restore Biafra with anarchy. That is what the Nigerian government wants to cause in our midst. So that this person will be talking on social media platform, one thing. Another person will be talking. The other person will be talking. But are they connected? The answer is no. It becomes Igbo meeting. Igbo community, Igbo meeting is held is everywhere in any part of the world. But are they connected? The answer is no. That is why they are plenty, versatile everywhere, but they are not connected. Do you see that? That is just making noise because they are not together. That is what the Nigerian government wants IPOB to be: splintered, disconnected from each other, to remove our culture, our ideology. Everybody will be, he make a noise from here, another person will make noise. This is how now who will carry out no central command. The highest thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done, IPOB has done, is to have a central command. I say that is the best thing that has happened to us. Otherwise, we'll be like Igbo Union. Igbo Union in Spain will make a statement. Their counterparts in their neighboring Italy don't even know nothing about them. Another Igbo Union in Gabon will make their separate statement. They don't even know whether the existence of their counterparts in the neighboring country of Cameroon. They don't know. They don't care to know because no connection. So how, our enemies will be seeing them as noise makers. Their word will be nothing. Why IPOB is respected is because we have command structure. We are connected. We are structured all over the world. Do you see the difference? So, this cultural decay, once decay in culture is about splintering people. That gum, that is the common lifestyle, the community or collective lifestyle, starts releasing. That adhesive starts being weak. That is the culture. Now people start behaving as they like. There is no more culture to hold anybody accountable. That is the cultural decay. And that is what is going on in our land. Cultural decay. Where somebody, a boy of 16 years, will be going to secondary school driving in the latest car. Costly car of 50 million naira. And it's normal. He will be praised. Something that is arrow in our land. Something that under our culture and tradition is abomination. But all these things are going on. You know the reason is cultural decay. Because we are no longer bound together. That adhesive binding us together, that is our culture, has been falling off. Are you getting what I'm saying? It has been falling off. And nobody cares again in order to hold his brother accountable using our culture. That is it. So, some of the effects of this moral decay. Let me first of all talk about some of the effects. Erosion of values, a decline in respect for established societal norms and principles, with a rise in individualism or indifference to communal values. Is it not what we are seeing in our land today? Is what we are seeing in our land today. Erosion of values. And that is why you will see our daughters, our ladies are being trafficked all over the world. Are abomination, something our culture prohibits. That is the effects of the moral decay, cultural decay in our land, because we no longer hold our culture to, esteem. We no longer hold it to esteem. That is why there is a decline in respect for established societal norms and principles, with a rise in individualism or indifference to communal values. Women, that is our dignity, are being trafficked. We become a laughing stock in every part of the world, every part of Africa, even right from Cotonou, Benin Republic, Cameroon, going to Togo, to Ghana, to the Sahel, Mali, Burkina Faso, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, everywhere. And now home one we hear a name Megan. Umururu Maka. This is the effects of cultural decay. Because under our culture, we carry our women to high esteem. Our women are protected, but today it's no more like that, because everybody wants money at all costs. Traditional practices, knowledge system, and heritage diminish in importance, often overshadowed by new cultural influences. Are you getting what I'm saying? These new cultural influences overshadow ours. Example is our traditional thatched roofing system. It could have been innovated instead of completely being jettisoned to foreign iron zinc system. Are you getting it? Do you know that our traditional thatched roof system or roofing system is one of the highest environmental friendly system or roofing system in the world? Do you know that? Let me tell you, if China starts producing and rebranding our thatch roof system, you will see our people will start importing it, giving it value. But we jettisoned it because we didn't put value to it. It is our part of our cultural heritage, but we jettisoned it. Do you know that in some hotels, big hotels today, in some places, or tourist resorts today, this thatch roof or thatch roofings is mostly used, and the people love it because it is more healthy. Do you see that? There are cultures that indeed have passed away when nobody actually speaks the language. I'm talking about the language. And the written text can barely be interpreted. And there are no social institutions that derive from the past culture. Then the culture is surely to become only instant. When a people, when why is my microphone coming going? Let me see. When a people can or you know uh, can no longer speak or write their language, when a people can no longer speak or write their language, it is part of this cultural decay. Are you getting what I'm saying? It will, now let me ask ourselves. Let me tell you, the colonizers are very, very smart. They are very, very smart. That's why you see, today I'm speaking English, yes. I'm broadcasting in English language, isn't it? They caught us young, right from colonial days. They started teaching us their language and making us to write their language, discarding our own. How many of us can even write, for example, in a comment section, write with Igbo language today? How many? How many of us? You will see it as very, very frustrating. This is part of this cultural decay. Are you getting it? They start teaching us their languages, eradicating ours. Do you know that in European countries, each country speaks their own language. Each country make sure they teach their children in their own language. It doesn't matter how little they are. They can take a foreign language as a secondary, not like us. France teaches their children in French. Even small countries, Sweden, Finland, they teach their children in their schools with their language, with their Finnish, Swedish languages, respectively. At later age, they can learn something like English or French, or it becomes secondary. Unlike us, we jettison our local languages in schools. I could remember when in schools, if they call it vernacular, if you speak vernacular, they beat you. These are things they introduce in order to degrade our culture. Are you getting what I'm saying? When nobody actually speaks the language and the written text can be barely interpreted, and there are no social institutions that derive from the past cultures, then the culture is surely to become only history. How many of us can even read a book written in Igbo language? How many of us? These are things that we are very far, honestly. Do you see restoration? We are very far. Very, very far. And I know that it is when this one will be promoted, mostly when Biafra comes. When a culture is truly dead, the people, descendants of those ancient people, likely won't even relate to their ancestors and might not be surprised if someone said they were descendants of some other ancient people. Is it not what is happening to our people today, to us? Oh, I am from, how do you call it? I'm Ikure, I'm not Igbo. I come from Benin. And you ask, what common culture do you have with Benin? This is one of the effects of cultural decay. This is what Nigeria have done to us. Because to destroy a people, you have to destroy their culture. Let me tell you something. When you see the North, when you see the caliphate, how they made sure to sustain their thing, you are laughing them that they don't know anything. You are the ones that don't know nothing. They maintain their language. And Hausa man will you will hire an Hausa man. It's you that wants to pay him, but he will tell you, Baturenchi, yeah, I don't speak English. Now it is for you to start, looking for a translator to translate. You are the person paying him. If you don't want, he will go his way. These are sacrifices to be made in order to protect our collectivity, collective culture. Sometimes even the person might be hearing, but they purposely will tell you, I don't hear, in order to force you to speak his language. Say, I don't understand. And you think you are wiser than him. You see two Igbo people doing business, they are all talking, they will be speaking English. And you think you are wise. You don't know that you are going astray. So we need to come back, honestly speaking. We need to come back. And that is why also, you see, these are our intellectuals. We need to buckle up and increase or expand our language lexicons. It's very, very important. Because every day, every language, every year used to add. Are you getting what I'm saying? They used to expand on words. Because every year, there are some new words that come up. But when you leave the language moribund, there is nothing you can do. It will be dying slowly. It will be dying slowly. Most of us can never speak Igbo for even 10 minutes without putting in English word. It's impossible. But you can see an Hausa person, he can speak Hausa for hours without putting any single English language. No single one. What do you call it? They expand. In expanding your language, you can borrow words. You can borrow words from other languages. It's allowed. Yes, even Hausa, they borrow words, they can borrow words from Arabic. It's allowed, but let it be. Let it be official. English can borrow. They used to borrow words from other languages, including even Nigerian pidgin. If you go to the newest version of this dictionary, you can see downfall in English language. Downfall. I think they inserted it either last 2 or 3 years in the English lexicon. Many other different words. Go and ask Google what is spy. They will tell you. They can put it in English language. It becomes official. Because you need to expand your language ability or capability to accommodate so that you can speak. Be proud to speak it and write it. But in our own, it's going down. What is it? One of the most visible evidences of cultural decay is seen as moral decay. Yes, the culture becoming decadent, ruled and obsessed with wealth, and losing its belief in the values that the culture has upheld as important earlier on, as very important earlier on. Are you getting it? Is it not what is happening in our land? Before, in Igbo culture, we say ezigbo aha ka ego. But today, is it the same thing? It has been replaced with ego ka ezigbo aha. That is why, whether ripe, bring go. If you know ripe, bring. That is why you see families, the father and mother will be taunting the son, maybe 20-year-old son. Nah, I know here. Bring pro Lagos, Merube to 3 months. He's building upstairs. He come with this heavy car. These are the causes of moral decadence. People no longer ask. We say bring anyhow bring. Before, anyhow, if you see a child, we go and come back with money. The parents will ask, now it's no more bute. That is a sign of cultural decay. Complete. It's happening in our land. That is the effect of cultural decay. That is it. So, cultures could really die when people don't talk, read, or write the language of the culture. It could die off. As Igbo language is dying slowly, you will see somebody that lives in Owerri. I think there is a woman that was crying about this. Somebody living in Owerri with his children. And you come out, the children doesn't speak, the children don't speak Igbo language. It's very, very sad. Somebody living in Igbo land, he will be teaching his children English, thinking that but I'm happy for this enlightenment, which is on air, that is, that is trying to bring back our consciousness, and that is it. I'm happy for that. That is why I am happy to be part of it, to reverse what the trend that going down the trend that we have been in. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, let me also talk about the forceful adoption of foreign religions, particularly during colonial periods, has been linked to the suppression of indigenous spiritual practices and the erosion of cultural traditions. Yes. Now I come to religion as one of the causes of cultural decay. They impose foreign religion on us right from colonial period. It suppressed our cultural identity. The worst thing that happened to us is for us to be turned against ourselves, against our roots, against who we are. That everything concerning us is evil. That is the worst thing that have happened to us, and we continue accepting it. It is the worst thing that has happened to us. When you continue fighting your shadow, the imposition and adoption of foreign religion or foreign religious practices could automatically lead to the erosion of traditional customs and beliefs, causing cultural loss. That is one of the main things we are suffering today. Before we value our things, we value our cultures and traditions because it makes us to be cohesive as a people. But foreign religion being introduced in our lands pitched us against each other. We started suspecting. The foreign religion started telling us that the cause of our problems is ourselves. That is why this expression, I used to say it here, is a subconscious expression. Sometimes you can think it is funny, but it is not. It is what has been implanted in our subconsciousness. You can see something, maybe something bad that is happening to somebody. You say, my village people don't come. My village people don't come. This is one of the worst expressions we used to make. Because you have been made to believe right from your childhood, from the foreign religion or foreign religious practices we receive, that do not look far. Every evil that befalls on you, it comes from your people. They pitched us against ourselves. And we have never, ever recovered from that. When something good happens to you, you can never see Igbo man say, now my village people do amo, I thank them. No. It's only when something evil or when something bad happens to him. See, here is a very unconscious expression. Involuntary expression. It comes out automatically from you. I've been on my village people. They don't pursue. Sometimes people use it to make laugh, but it is very wrong. This is very, very wrong and evil. We must stop it. Because it shows the state of our psyche. When you see Igbo, our people praying, casting evil, or evil people, praying against evil people, that is disturbing him from progress. In his mindset, he is never thinking of foreigners. No. It is still his village people, the people he knows, the people around him. Because that is what has been imbibed into our brains with religion. This is evil that we must jettison. Are you getting what I'm saying? They put into our brains different nonsenses. Because the colonizer, our enemy, the colonizer is our number one enemy. Somebody that wants to control you in all your life, everything you are doing, turn you into his slave, is your enemy. It doesn't matter whatever he uses, is your number one enemy. They pitched us against ourselves. I think I've been saying it here on this platform. How the missionaries came to our land. When they came, they subtly went and they went and met the outcasts, the criminals in Igbo land. Because as you may know, we didn't have prisons, but we fought. Our ancestors control our land very well. They give adequate punishment to different crimes, including killing, murder. Every crime, it has its adequate punishment through our own culture. Ostracization, exile, different methods. But when the missionaries, the European missionaries came to our land, they met these people being ostracized, being punished, just like people in prison. Telling them, asking them what happened. They explained, no, we committed crimes and we are punished. They said, no, who are they to give you, to punish you as criminals? They have no right. We are sent by the Creator. We are their representatives. Any person we forgive is forgiven. So they don't have any right. It's just like you going to Germany today, preaching to going to their prison, telling them, look, who is the German law to put you to prison? Confess your sin to me. Anything, we are the representative of God. If God forgive you, once you confess, we forgive you, give you penance, and finish. You come out. And do you know, Bible says, if you confess your sin and repent, you'll be forgiven. It's very simple now. It's very don't you see that? Don't you see all these things they use in caging us? That if a sinner, that is a criminal, he doesn't need forgiveness. No, he needs purging, he needs punishment in order to deter others from doing it. But just confess your crime and you are forgiven. Very easy. No punishment. Hey. Don't you see that this is the reason why? Because when you tell me that, look, these people, these are individual pastors that are committing all these things, it's not biblical. I say, I beg to differ, it's lie. Everything they are doing it has biblical source. When Bible tells you that, look, you confess your sin, go to the prison. Go to the prison in Owerri. See criminals, convicted criminals. Ask them today, have you repented from your sin? He said, I repent 1,000 times. Because he wants to come out. Are you getting what I'm saying? Is it not a repented Boko Haram or repented Boko Haram that we are spreading in Nigeria? That we are crying always? But your Bible says that if the sinner repents and confesses, that is forgiven. You've taken back to that is what they are practicing in the north with the Nigerian government. Repented of Boko Haram. So why are you crying? Whereas you can, preach to somebody, tell you that, I used to steal phones, I'm a kidnapper, but I repent. And you say, Jesus, I've forgiven you. Are you not deceiving yourself? It's the same thing with repented Boko Haram. The same thing. There is no forgiveness of sin or crime. No. That is why there is government. Every crime which calls sin has forgiveness, means, giving appropriate punishment that is meant for it. Finish. But somebody will come and tell you that, I am the representative of God. Confess to me, and after you are forgiven. Or a pastor will tell you, come out from your seat. You say, God, I have sinned. That you don't need forgiveness. What you need as a criminal is punishment, nothing more. If it needs to pay fine, you pay. And that is what government all over the world, the government is doing. They impose tariffs or fines or punishments to crimes, which you call sin. Are you getting what I'm saying? You don't say, I stole somebody's phone yesterday and I sold it and I have used the money. God forgive me. And you say you are forgiven. You'll be arrested. Because that person you did that in, it is a crime. But these people came and converted our criminals, the criminals in our land, ostracized, exiled. They converted them. They say, you people now, you are the righteous people. those that are criminalizing you, that are punishing you, the community standard is they are the demons. Do you see that? Now they give them army. Our colonizers provide them with army, so that anywhere they are being touched, the military, the British military, will go and burn down the whole village, kill the people. Do you see how they work? You know, I used to say it that colonizers came as a war group. Some people say, no, those that colonize you, they are not the missionaries. Come on, shut up. Do you know history? Do you know history? If those criminals in our land, they turn things upside down in our land, so these are forgiven. Who are you to sentence them? But in their own countries, as they came from Dutchland, the Netherlands, they came from their job is to clean in our land, so that like the referee is that once you believe, once you accept, you are no more guilty. Rather, those that are guilty are those that are judging you. Do not judge for you not to be judged. They give you all these garbages. How do you think, how in your right mind, that the religion that comes to say is for forgiveness of sin? Who gave him the right to come to our land and forgive who sins? If a killer, we confess. That's why you see, even in churches, people go and I was an armed robber, I killed the people, but now Jesus meet me. I meet Jesus, and people will shout hallelujah. This is one of the causes of moral or cultural decadence, cultural decay in our own region, in our own nation, in our midst, so that no longer accountability. Everybody is behaving like, tell people, okay, as we used to before, our culture is, if you want to deny something, you want to prove you're innocent, you go to the village shrine. Everybody, maybe something, there was a theft or something like that, as in Igbo land. In order to prove you're innocent, everybody go and swear. Hey! When you consider that the Bible says I cannot swear this and all who knew he used it as a cover. This is what they brought in our land. That is causing one of the main causes of cultural decadence in our land. So that the everywhere. Everywhere. No, I cannot swear. My Bible tells me not to swear. How do we go back to our roots? How? When a political leader that wants to take office in our land, he will swear with the community shrine, the community Arashi temple. Say, I will never touch public fund. I will discharge my duties without fear or favor to protect the people, to protect my community. Do you think that this is obtainable with what is going on? That is why we are exposing this. We are having these discussions so that people will be having it in mind. Are you getting me? So that if Biafra is restored, people can bring out and say, look, let us, jettison this, using Bible or Quran, foreign books, in order to sway out of offices for political leaders. What do you think that will happen? If not, this awareness is being created. What do you think that will happen? Many people will say to fear. The Bible say, no, don't. I'm a Christian. I don't even. No, don't go there. Do you see? Imagine that somebody brought it up, or a group of people in a Biafra that we are looking for, and it was tabled that look, no longer using foreign books to swear oath of allegiance. That ị ga-agba ụkwụ ala pụta chịpụ ụkwụ ebute abịa n'ihu arụkwụsị ịṅụ iyi ebute ọfọ bute mee ihe a ga-eme ise na ihe a m na-aba enwee m ike ịkpa tenkobo public aka. Do you think what will happen? In a non-sanitized mentality, imagine. I want you to imagine what will happen. You will see people. No. Somebody like this, governor of Akwa Ibom. He said, no. He will quote for you where it is written that no. I can never swear. Let your yes be yes. But is his yes? Because you know he's a criminal. But he will hide. Do you see why we must always talk about this, make this religious discussion? So that all those impediments, we solve it now, before the time reaches. Because if we don't discuss this now and that time reaches, it was brought up that look, it will be enshrined in our constitution that look, this, we swear without. Hey! People will say it will bring civil war now. Don't you know that? Okay, but because people will say no. And once people say no, they start problem. They start using that sentiment, talking to the people in that is backing them. The same mindset, religious mindset. Don't you see that? Before you know, they make their contacts abroad. Foreigners, they laugh. They tell them, no, don't agree. You are Christians, okay? You must never agree. They pump money. Before you know, they give them arms. Oh, yeah. Do you know that? But as we are discussing, making these discussions, convincing people, majority of us are being convinced beyond reasonable doubt that this is the right thing to do. When that time reaches, the people that we say no will be in the very minute minority. When they see the overwhelming support of this, they will cool down. You have avoided the war that could have happened without us preaching this. Do you see our logic? You will not know that you would have avoided maybe 10, 20 years bloodshed. Because the people that will resist that will be on the minor, very minute. Even when they talk, I'll say, no, why we cannot swear this and that. Bible says, when they look at that, they are very few, they become ashamed. They say, okay, I concur, we concur. They will become ashamed of themselves. Because the majority of the people have been enlightened. They understood through mostly the preachings in Radio Biafra beforehand, years back. Do you see the beauty of what we are doing? That is why we must continue talking about this. Are you hearing me? I want you to please listen to this. I played it the other day, but I want to replay it again. These are how they are, destroying the mindset of our people. I say destroying the mindset of our people through religion. Listen, this is a pastor in our land, in our community. I'm seeing the video. Maybe you saw it. They are beating, they are turning the people that they're supposed to beg for money spiritually using physical can in the name of Jesus. You can call and say, no, these people are brainwashed, but no, it is the same thing. It is the institution. If what this person is doing is not in consonant with what the religion teaches, the religion itself will fight him, not even any other person. The religious institution will put him, call him to order, and fight him. They will even arrest him direct, that pastor, and hand him over to the country's police and say, no, this man is useless in our nice teachings or nice religion. Do you see that? That is the way they are. That is the way they are trying. They are destroying our culture, and that is what is, cultural decadence, which I call today. These are the factors that are destroying our culture. Our cultures of, sincerity. Our culture of they are turning us into a culture of begging. If we take phone and call somebody, you have beaten, because any of them may have somebody in mind. That person that we give you, or you beat him spiritually. And when he calls the person, he will command him to send me money. If the person, out of pity or anything, because he must lie, do it, he will go and meet the pastor and say, yes, what you said, it worked. Pastor, he will give pastor his own commission in the name of tithe. Do you see the manipulation, the religious manipulation in our land? Do you see that, what they are doing to us? And you want us to keep it like this, that it doesn't matter. So that when Biafra comes, we are going to talk about it. You are postponing our problem, even making it to be more worse, because they will regroup and be ready. It is now for us to sanitize our brains. I am telling you, sincerely, I have thought about this religious issue several times, and there is no way I'm not seeing scamming, hypocrisy, that they are duping us. They have duped us. Honestly, look at another one. This is this man, Moka. This is what he said. He's choosing. Look at, and you are going to tell me that this is look, he's sending people to their early graves with this. Listen.
Trouble anywhere, any place, and you are there. Anywhere there is trouble, anywhere, any place, and you are there. Just as you're hearing me, I say exactly what I said. Don't be afraid. Say, I am a choosing. I am a choosing. I am a choosing. You, robber, you ritualist, or you accident, who are you? If you want to make head again, you want to make head. I say, the God of my pastor, where are you? You will see. You say, I beg. Whether you are coming for the first time, don't say, I'm not like them, or don't say it. Somebody will just say, I just went to choose one day. If I say this, will it work? Say it. You don't hear me? Don't say after all, because what I'm saying now is for somebody. What I'm saying is for somebody. And the person, maybe your mind, so what I'm saying is for you. So in case of that thing comes up anywhere, say what I said. You will see wonders. You run to this place and say, so this thing is true. Oh. Praise the Lord. Choosing is a unique place. Choosing is a specialist. I've been chosen by God to be a succor to the body of Christ.
Do you see, under normal circumstances, In a normal country, this man should be arrested. I am telling you honestly. Because all this verbal nonsense is sending people to their early graves on avoidable problems. Do you remember? I could remember last time, not long ago, one of their members in South Africa, I think I say he's selling cars. All these robbers, they came to attack. Other people run away. Somebody with a gun. People run away. He continued pursuing the guy, telling him, I'm a chosen. Who are you? I'm a chosen. And the guy shot him. And he fell down and he died. That news was swept under the carpet. Do you know that with that, this is a complete evidence that indicted this man in a same country. But do you know why they left him? Because Nigerian governments know that these people are doing their dirty job for them. They are making the people more stupid. That's why they don't care. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's why they don't care. They are, doing their dirty job for them, making the population more stupid. That if you see an armed robber with gun, just say what I say, I may choose it. Don't run, don't fear. He cock his gun, tell him, who are you? I may choose. And that man in South Africa with choosing apron, he did exactly the same thing this man said, their leader said. And he was shot to pieces and he died. He lost his life because of stupidity. Is it not a scam? These people should be arrested the same way they arrested the other scammers that call themselves Dibia. All these people, Onyeze Jesus and all of them. They should be arrested. But because of religious, what do you call it? Gullibility, you defend them. Don't you defend them? You don't know that these people are killers. They are killing people in their hundreds, if not thousands, every time. Because all these people you are seeing, all of them, the members, they are there watching him. They believe what he said with totality. Many of them thought that what he said is true, and they will try it, and they will die. They used to die. Are you getting it? So, how do you equate it? These are things that are causing our our cultural decadence. We no longer adhere to our culture and tradition. Instead, foreigners or foreign religion is helping to destroy what is remaining of our brand, our culture. You put on apron that is being used by workers everywhere around the world. Now you sew it, only that one gives the man, provides money because people buy it. Now you start telling them abstract things. Abstract things that things that are fantasies. Sometimes I say, why wouldn't you even believe them? When we were programmed to believe that a snake was talking to Eve, a snake. Akoko Ifo, people that they believe in a folk tale, Akoko Ifo, Mbena Ocha, Akoko Mbena Agho. The tortoise is the most intelligent animal. And is it not the same thing? So here we explain everything so that you yourself, you reason. How can this man be, I'm just giving him as a case study, but all of them, they are the same. Making people to believe nonsense. And in the course of that, they die. That is why one of our brother have been shouting that why he open up is because of the debt that he see. It's understandable. That is why he say he cannot keep quiet any longer. That these people are killing our people. These people are killing our people in their hundreds and thousands every day, every week, because of what they input in them. If you are sick, if somebody that is pregnant is supposed to undergo cesarean operation for the child to come out, they say no. I will born like it is written. I will born like a Hebrew woman. And before you know, either he will die, she will die with the child, or the mother dies and the child survives, or the child dies and the mother survives. You will lose life. And you are telling me that these people, they don't need, they don't need to be arrested. Imagine that as they are going with impunity in Nigeria, in Biafra land, with the same religious mentality. What do you think? If we still have this religious mentality and they are being called to question, to be arrested. For example, this man is preaching this in Biafra land. In Biafra, restored Biafra. And the police, Biafran police come to arrest him. If people are not sanitized mentally, what do you think that will happen? There will be commotion. There will be problems. These are the things that we are trying to avoid in the future. That is why we expose all these things, so that we go back to our roots, maintain our natural culture of Onyagala nwanne ya, of ezigbo aha ka ego, of akajaja na-ebute ọnụ mmanụ, of wisdom. Because what these people preach is stupidity. You see somebody with a gun pointing at you, and you start to quarreling with him, say, I'm a chosen. Who are you? You can't do nothing. You know that your life is in his hand. If he presses the trigger, you are gone. If the bullet hits you at the wrong place, you are gone. Unless only. Even if there is no, in Nigeria, there is no ambulance. Ambulance, they think is to take, they mistake ambulance with a mass carrying, is known as ambulance. They don't know that ambulance is for carrying, sick people or accident people, people that have problem, or people that are going on the road, maybe one thing or the other, cardiac arrest, anything can happen, you fell, they call ambulance. They don't know. They think ambulance is for, carrying dead body. That is why you see sometimes when you look at the situation in Nigeria, I say, no, I never see any place like this. When you watch in any accident place, you see wounded people are being put into trucks, being thrown into trucks with dead body together. Imagine now, what type of what type of people are these? Because the whole money that is budgeted for ambulance everything is gone. No person talks about it. What about the firefighting? Do you have firefighters in our land? The answer is no. But they have budgets. All these institutions, government institutions, they have budgets. No person talks about it. They budget the money, they go directly to people's pockets, and people are suffering. People are suffering. I'm telling you. That country needs to be destroyed, honestly speaking. And we shall never allow the Nigerian mentality to be used in in Biafra. That is why I used to say that people must be de-Nigerianized in the new Biafra. Because many of our people have the mentality of Nigeria. So today, remember, I'm talking about cultural decay. And religion is one of the things. When foreign religions supplant traditional ones, When nobody worships their traditional religion, this can lead to a loss of identity and heritage, as established customs and beliefs are replaced with foreign ones, because people's culture and religion influence their political establishments or systems. Are you getting it? Because politics is about organization of a people. People's culture and religion influences their political establishments or system. That is why we are using this medium in order to preach to our people. If you have contrary opinion, don't worry, call and let us discuss. We are looking for a better situation for ourselves. It's not for because of a, it's not about individualism. No, 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 no. People like this, that chosen leader, maybe he's going with the armor plated vehicle. He has police protecting him, but he is telling his people that their apron will protect them, and the people are stupid, believing it because it is written in the Bible. Don't you see that it is a problem? We need to go to the source of our problems and dismantle it in the mindset of our people. That is it. That is the beauty of what we are preaching. So that we will surely be delivered mentally. Because this Biafra restoration, there will be no genuine physical liberation. I used to say it, without complete mental emancipation. I think this is where I'm going to stop. Please, I've taken enough time. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I will be right back.
Anywhere there is trouble, anywhere, any place, and you are there, just as you're hearing me now, say exactly what I said. Don't be afraid. Say, I am a choosing. I am a choosing. I am a choosing. You, robber, you ritualist, or you accident, who are you? If you want to make head again, you want to make head, I say, the God of my pastor, where are you? You will see. You say, I beg. Whether you are coming for the first time, don't say, I'm not like them, or don't say it. Somebody will just say, I just went to see one day. If I said this, will it work? Say it. You don't hear me? Don't say after all, because what I'm saying now is for somebody. What I'm saying is for somebody. And the person, maybe, what I'm saying is for you. So, in case of that thing comes up anywhere, say what I said. You will see wonders. You run to this place and say, so this thing is true. Oh. Praise the Lord. Choosing is a unique place. Choosing is a specialist. I've been chosen by God to be a succor to the body of Christ.
Here's my question for you. What was there before nothing?
We don't know.
Right. So here's
my point. It's okay to not know. That's the whole point.
Here's my question for you. What was there before nothing?
We don't know.
Right. So here's
my point. It's okay to not know. That's the whole point of science.
No, but
the whole point of science is go where you don't know the answer.
That's why I believe in God, because there has to be a superior thing out there which can answer that question logically.
Yeah, so that's not an invocation of logic. That's an invocation of what philosophers have historically called the God of the gaps. The God of the gaps is, you look at where science has yet to tread, where science has yet to figure out, and you say, wow, that's mysterious. I don't know how that works. God must have did it. There's a long, storied history of people thinking this way. Let's go back to AD 150. Claudius Ptolemy, brilliant Alexandrian mathematician, polymath. He wrote in the margin of one of his greatest works, he said, after looking at the planets going back and forth, not fully understanding why they did this, And he writes, when I trace at my pleasure the windings to and fro of the heavenly bodies, I no longer touch earth with my feet. I stand in the presence of Zeus himself and take my fill of ambrosia. He was feeling it, okay? He's invoking religion. It's a beautiful quote. It's one of my favorite quotes ever, by the way. And what I'm saying here is he did not understand the planets and he invokes deity to help him out. That's what you just did, but on a different frontier, because we know why the planets go back and forth. Newton got that figured out, and Kepler. So if to you, God is where science has yet to tread, then God is an ever-receding pocket of scientific ignorance.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today, as you may know, is the 30th day of August 2025. And today being Saturday, we are on religious discussions. Please talk about culture, please. Our lines are now opened and our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers that are there, but let me repeat for the third time. Our WhatsApp and Signal lines remains +61 405 142 547. You can call us now and give us a view on the issue discussed. Even if you have contrary view, please, you are welcome, because here we must have a discussion. This is a family radio, please. I have callers that are lining up. Caller on Mazi, not you, please. Mazi, Joe, not you. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please. You are the first caller. Please go on. Can you hear me? Caller, there, Mazi, please go on, go on, go on. Don't waste time.
My network here is very bad.
There,
Even sir, from here.
There,
My name still remains Mazi Type Young. I from Uyo province, Biafran land. We are talking about cultural decay, yes, or religional decay. I think ever since we as a people start believing in the tradition or cultural of another man's or other land's tradition, our own tradition got decay. What am I trying to say? Our fathers were worshipping Chukwokika Abiyama in their own way and in their own understanding until the colonial masters came with their own tradition, because it's their tradition, it's not their religion, it's their own tradition. So when they came, they imposed their own tradition to us. Because their own was documented, they proceeded or they deceived us to accept their own tradition. I think where we got it wrong is that even when they taught us in their own way by saying that the Lord God said we should not worship a foreign god, even our people misunderstood. They didn't even get the understanding that even what they were presenting to us was a foreign god. So we accepted, and our own tradition or our own culture began to decay. We were not smart enough to follow them up as of then. So today, this is where we found ourselves. That is why even when you rise, maybe to talk about your own culture or your own tradition, they want to shut you up. they said that our forefathers were serving idols. But the same idols that our forefathers were serving, they took it, they bought it, they stole it. The one they could not take, they steal. The one they could not steal, they ask people to bring and they pay them money. I think I remember. Hello, Mazi. Hello.
Mazi,
Hello.
Mazi, if you are talking, continue. Don't stop answering hello, hello. Go on, please.
Okay. I think there is a movie we watched those days when we were little. I think it was during 20s. It is called Oracle. That Okonkwo, which is Peter Doche, they acted it that a group of guys went and stole the oracle and sold to an Indian or a Indian man. And when the Indian man took the oracle to inside his room to say, let him go and observe if it's original. So when he held the oracle and the thing empowered him by shocking him, the white man said that these people, they don't know what they have done. They don't know what they are selling out. They don't know what they have. We, the Africans, or we, the Biafrans, we have our own ways. Our fathers have their ways of worshiping Chukwokika Abiyama, which is the creator. The white came and they deceived us. So our own culture, our own tradition became nonsense, or according to them, or according to our people, it became nonsense to our people. Now, when we speak, we talk about destroying our ancestral power. We destroy our ancestrals' spirits. We destroy our ancestral everything, but we forget to the so-called ancestral land they are living. So I want to urge every Biafrans that is a Biafran to know that Chukwokika Abiyama has already given us the power to choose what's right and what is wrong. And until we go back to our roots, to our own tradition, our own culture, Chukwokika Abiyama will not be happy with us, because what we as a people are serving, we are serving a foreign god, which is against our own tradition or the commandment of Chukwokika Abiyama. So thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you. May Chukwokika Abiyama continue to strengthen you. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, comes out. Thank you, fellow Biafrans.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We must continue. Thank you. The issue is the worst thing is this, because some people can be asking, why do you condemn? I say, we don't condemn. It is their thing. They first of all came and condemned us, condemned our own thing. That is, and convincing us, pushing us to turn against our thing is the worst thing. I'm telling you, it's the worst crime. So we must open our eyes. Mazi Joe, can you hear me? You're online. Mazi Joe Agafe.
Yes, I'm Mazi.
Thank you for holding on.
Yes, sir. Mazi, you see, this your every Saturday tonic should be a wine that our people should drink and ponder and ask themselves questions. Our people have not yet gotten to understand that our tradition and cultural that our culture and tradition, that inside it we have been ostracized away from our ancestors. And today we are reaping the fruit. the amounts of deaths on the streets of Biafra is so unbelievable. It's the blood of our youth that sinks on the ground. It's a punishment, but our people don't know. Mazi, let me delve quickly into what we're talking about. I have some things to contribute, and I'm going to start with this topic, which is undermining the religious and spiritual foundation in Igbo land. Now, we should understand that the core of the conflict, which was and is spiritual. Our Igbo religion was a complete worldview. We didn't look into one perspective. It was worldview, intertwined with every aspect of life. Christianity came and it directly attacked this, our foundation, and it has led us astray. Now, when they came, there was this rejection of the oracle and deities. The Christian missionaries preached that the Igbo gods like Allah, the earth Nanya Allah, or Amadioha, our deity of thunder, the false idols, and that the powerful oracle, like the Oracle of the Hills and Caves in Chinua Achebe's novel, was demonic. This now invalidated the entire spiritual act. It guided our Igbo lives. Also, dismissal of ancestral veneration, which is respect for our ancestors, indigenous, was a cornerstone of Igbo spirituality. Ancestors were guardians of the family and mediators between the living and the spirit world. Christians teaching to worship only one God and to view ancestral spirits as pagan directly severed this secret link to the past. But meanwhile, Mazi, you will see in Christianity, they are calling on Elijah, they are calling on Elisha, they are calling on John, they are calling on Peter. Are those not the ancestors of the Christians that our people are going to? They are going to that shrine that they call church, that altar. They don't know that altar is an altar physically. It's really odd when our people in this their penury, they are still going to church to go and give out their hard-earned money to selected that are enjoying themselves with that money. Look at one chosen pastor, I think it was somewhere in the east. Fulanis, the terrorists, went to the village, and the man was bold enough to be telling them that he's a chosen. Before what was happening, the AK-47 dischosen and his other family members. But the person that told him to be saying that is somewhere with securities filled up all over his house. Our people are still yet to understand the battle we are into. Also, there is this outsider concept of evil. This place really hurts a lot, this outsider concept of evil. The Igbo worldview often attributed misfortune to a breach of taboos, the wrath of a deity or witchcraft. Christianity came and introduced the concept of a singular devil, that's Satan, as the source of all evil, which was an externalization that clashed with the moral integrated Igbo understanding, where we now see our revered Ekwensu, a deity of war that has been given that name, the devil. Because the European Christians that came, they were looking. Mazi, do you know that it really took them years, hundreds of years, before they now came to say, we are going to call our Satan, their Ekwensu. It took them years because they wanted to know how far we had gone into veneration of our ancestors and all the deities. Why did they not choose any other deity apart from Ekwensu? Because they know the powers that are gotten from Ekwensu. That is the reason why that they had to look for a way to, substitute his powers, his spiritual powers, from getting back to the people. That's why they had to equate it with their own Satan. And in their own Bible, Satan, they said, tempted their albino blue-eyed Jesus. So it was from there that they now use this veil, black veil, to cover our people's eyes. And they do not know that the deity that they are abashing every day is just is looking at them, laughing at them, making fun of them, but answering the Oyibo people that are venerating it. Also, the Osu system, Mazi, this was and is still perhaps the most socially disruptive aspect. Do you know that the missionaries converted Osu outcasts who are dedicated to deities, living separately from born people, from freeborn people, by welcoming them into the church? The missionaries performed the radical act of social liberation. However, this also created a deep schism. The Christian community became all associated with untouchables, people that have committed abominations, people that have been driven away from the land, people that have been sent into the evil forests, people that have killed, people that have slept with their neighbors' wives, their brothers' wives, people that have committed abominable acts. These are the people that the the missionaries went to go and bring back into the land. And where has it led us to? It has led us to, it has spoiled the land. It has spoiled the land.
But who gave them the authority? They say it's from divine. You see, is a colonizer's mentality, superiority.
Exactly.
Who gave them? Had it been, they even come to negotiate with the people, with the owners of the land, and say, if you can.
Yes.
But they said no, very arrogant, and the same thing is still going on today. When all these people will be doing anyhow, say you want to hold them accountable, they say no, touch not my anointed. They exonerate them that they are above the law. Mazi, please go on and round up. Go on.
Yeah, Mazi, now, our ancestors, they regarded polygamy as a sign of wealth, status, and social responsibility of men. Mazi, did you hear that? Social responsibility of men. Because it is always agreed that women in every community are much more than men. Now, the duty, responsibility of the men is to help make sure that these women do not go into prostitution. Bring them under a roof, under a man. 2 or 3 of them will have their own separate abodes, where they will now have their kids, take care of their kids under the banner of a man. But since when these people stepped their legs into our Igbo land, they killed everything. The first people that they started to convert were the women. From the women, they turned to their children, because they know that when the woman and the children have they gang up against the husband, it's either the man dies or it succumbs to whatever they are saying. Now, when like in most of our communities, towns, we all come to participate in rituals, cleansing our lands, But these people, when they don't participate, they will say, "Oh, it is evil. It is that." They reject this, they reject that. Not knowing, do you know that most of these Christians that are rejecting all these things, they go back to their father's land. They go and claim for the land, fight for the land. Why don't they leave that land and go to the heavenly land that has been bought for them? They will still come and fight for that land, though. Meanwhile, they will not tell you that that land belongs to the ancestors. Now, that land belongs to the ancestors that they are rejecting. The land belongs to the ancestors they are always kabashing against. Mazi, how can someone who is kabashing against his ancestors be fighting for the land that the ancestors kept for him or her? Mazi, let me leave it there. It's so much, but I think it's okay.
There were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. We must continue.
Yeah.
There is no letting back. We must continue because this is a total liberation. If you have contrary opinion, please do not hesitate to call in here. Please let us have a robust, brotherly debate and conversation. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you hearing me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Yes, Mazi, please go on. You are on air.
I just want to add that in addition to all the you said, the Europeans also they use this religion to. I think you also said this to support culture. For instance, something like like the Catholic faith, they teach you how to speak Latin. You spend your whole life praying in Latin, and many of the people don't even understand what the words are. Then, when I was younger, I used to go to church with my father, and all those men, they'll be singing Latin with pride. Many of Sanctum Spiritum, many of them don't even know the meaning. And also some of those, like all those, like the Catholic Church, they have like small organizations, like all these Jesuits, all those people, and those people kind of, they are attached to the ideology of some foreign country. Some of them are from Ireland, some Spain. And when they recruit our people, they start teaching you how to speak Spanish, and then sometimes they send you to go and study in those countries. And when you look at it, by and large, they are trying to impose their way of thinking and their ideology and national interests on the African who is naive. Also, all these religions, they keep their headquarters in Europe or Saudi Arabia. They don't bring anyone here to Africa, so that they control everything that you do from outside there. And it's a way of creating a superiority paradigm above us, the black Negroes in Africa. And secondly, I also think that the colonialists then, and even now, they use this as a means of judging your level of consciousness or disposition of your mindset. So when they meet you and you're like committed, Christian and all those things, somewhere in their mind they see that you're brainwashed, and it suits them because now you're a very suitable instrument for whatever they want to do. But if they meet you and you're not given to their religion, or you question so many things, they are very afraid of you and they keep an eye on you. That's why, like back then, they will force if there was a community leader or king or something, and you refuse to embrace Christianity, they will force you to accept it, or they banish you or kill you. If you don't accept it, they made it a point that you must accept that religion. Even if you decided to cooperate with them with administration and resources in your land, as long as you refuse to accept that their religion, they will not trust you and work with you, because it just simply implies that you are not trustworthy. So it's only when you accept that religion they felt they have completely owned your mind, your mind and ability to reason And finally, I see a lot of all these. I think many of all these foreign religions, they are used as intelligence gathering outfits. You know, they come to our midst. They enjoy goodwill of our people. They come in the name of peace and religion and all the stuff that they bring us God's message and all that stuff. But while they're within among you, they are collecting information that they send to their host nations, and those people use those things to exploit the people. Because the way I reason is, the way I see it is, if really this thing was a good thing for us, when you look at the history and how much they have tried to subdue us, and presently and currently how they try to subdue and conquer the African continent. Do you think they will bring something to us that will give us edge or advantage and help us be as good as they are or better than? Simple. They wouldn't. It's already clear. So what subjugation
of a people will never become. We are seeing it today. They are trying to Islamize our land, giving our people Islam. It's not because they love us. It's not out of love, but to control them mentally. Once they have successfully done so, they no longer need any other thing. It is called total submission. Our people, those that are Islamized, they will now be seeing the chains around them as a necklace. They will be thanking the caliphate for giving them God in the future. They will be defending them. Oh, these are the good people that provided God to us. That is how it works. Without mental colonization, which is using religion, there is no two ways about it. You are not completely colonized. Don't you see India? India rejected their religion, and that is why India is doing well, despite being colonized by the same people like us, the same Britain. But India, they are doing very well because they rejected the colonizers' religion. So they were colonized, but half. They were half colonized. The worst part is the mental colonization. Caller on signal, Mazi Akas. Can you hear me, please? Go on, Mazi Akas.
Yes, Mark Jonathan. I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening from here.
There were Mazi. There were.
Mazi, I'm so grateful for your teachings when it comes in terms of this religious debates which we used to make here every Saturday. If we didn't, do this now, at long run, maybe when we decide to do it, it will become a very big problem, just as you said before, which all of us know that the foreigners who brought these particular religions to us can sponsor our people with guns and bullets for us to fight another war, another religious war for decades of years. But why we are doing this thing now is to bring this into the consciousness of our people so that we can get ourselves ready when the deeds are done. Then we'll know how to put this in place. It cannot be a new thing in our eyes or a new thing in our ear because we know it already. That what they brought to us is to demonize our people. Not even they brought it with pity or to beg us to accept it. They killed many of our people. This is the most annoying part of it. Before I will proceed to say a little thing I have today, Let me introduce myself, fellow Biafrans, the lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria, and I'm serving the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Austria National PRO. Mazi Jonathan, please, I would like you, though you used to say it, but whenever we are discussing things, we are begging the people who don't really understand what we are saying. If you think that what we are saying here in Radio Biafra is not correct, please call. Don't be shy. Make a call. We are here to superior argument. The world is listening. If you are right, we will learn from you. Don't stay by the side and say these people they are yapping, they can talk. I stay where whether I like it, or not. What I believe is what I believe. And do not. Then you are the worst idiot ever. A mind who is not open, or a brain who is not open to accept something, brain is completely dead. Mazi, akwa ihe a na-ekwu na onye isi. What we have brought to you people. So you are not the one that will come and teach us what we know. This is how the government has, even to the extent that Mazi, their children don't even care about this thing anymore, because whatever they need, anything they need of their life, the government has almost tried to provide 90% of what they need. Even the so-called Catholic Church, Pentecostal, every day you want to disturb them. Imagine you have the idea, ask you to go back home, and you cannot do anything. That their children don't want. Behind this our young men
and Mazi, these people are there conducting prayers for women that have not married. Mazi, don't but they are not married, and they are not going to be married for life. Mazi, go on, Mazi, please.
Mazi, when I see these things, it makes me cry. Before I wanted me here, all of our God, also spiritual son to here to watch it. I don't know, Mark. I wouldn't go like this in a church. Do in the churches there. All these people, I guess, how in different level of life, how the most spiritual and then come out like this. That is another man's language. Make you to forget your own and impose their own on you with guns and bullets. Mazi, why this thing is paining me is that these people did not come to us to say, please now let's negotiate. They killed our people. How can somebody came to kill your ancestors and gave you something when your people are talking about it? They came into a family and divide families. Even the father don't know the son don't know the mother don't know anyone to protect all Israel. We cannot agree. They put a sword inside us, and everybody named This is why today Nnamdi cannot be able to ask a child again. Can you guy 16 years? A year a fago, okay, we can act again. just gravity. Doesn't matter. Just bring money. Something that was not happening in our land. Here in our home fast as something they prohibited. Here was here norm to us today. But I thank God in this radio Biafra for those of us that have been listening, that keep on listening, and has been a student of this radio. Mazi, you can't deceive us. You cannot deceive us. You can't. You can talk. That know this truth. That it is not system. And when it comes, we are going to regulate it. And not condemn here. But what we are saying is think. Use your brain. How can somebody somebody that people are looking up to? Not single when a killer came to you, want to kill you. Guess here I'm choosing. Who are you? And you accept. This man that is telling you this thing with the apron that he's wearing, the apron not there. Nnamdi police, Nnamdi brave, bulletproof. He held today because he is getting himself with guns and bullets. But he asking that wear the apron and ask the person who I'm a who are you? If the person want to do ask him again. Because of my pastor. You will die like a chicken. Don't go here and Akuriaka or Mazi. Anakuriaka. Have mercy upon our people. Mazi, there's nothing when you use any other way against now what this we are doing. Because people are is penetrating. Sometimes it's tiring. Sometimes it's really, yeah, issue but we cannot stop. Because in the bay, many people. You also because that be right from children, grooming us from grocery to many to here, 50 years now, 60 years. I did what I had today. So in that place for some people, in that and we are another place we want to lead them. Why? We have to let our people know that here we have to destroy our people. We must continue. And when things are such again, how to go tie shaking.
There were. Here there wrong brainwashing. Balaga. I am telling you, brainwashing is the worst thing when you are brainwashed in a wrong way. Our religion plays a vital role. I saw even on social media, is it, that wrote about, say, one boy of 23 years from Abia went to governor's house, the front of governor's house, to preach to them. Preach to them about Jesus. You know how these lawless people say they shot the guy. The police guard or the military that is guiding even the entrance, or they shot the guy and the guy died. And now the parents of the guy is looking for justice. This is how bad it is in Nigeria. They shot the guy for nothing, 23 years. He was moved by the Holy Spirit. Do you see how religion is useless in killing our people for nothing? In a lawless place like that place. Do you see that? That is why we will not live, honestly. Brainwashing. Why this thing is just like, as they say, casting your callers from this place. I'm coming in a jiffy. Casting your net in the rivers, and you will catch. The way this thing is being programmed, religion, making people, think that it is the prayer, or because of your belief, that is why things are good for you. That is why you are successful in what you are doing. Without knowing that When you think, you reason. There, in this world, there are, if you work hard, sometimes you'll be successful. Sometimes, what of the people that are not in the same religion with you? What about those that are not even religious at all, that are even more successful? How do you equate that? These are questions we ask to prick our people to understand that it is not what you are brainwashed into believing. Like in Islam, they brainwash people to kill others and kill themselves, that they will have 70 something virgins, 72 virgins in heaven for them, imaginary heaven. Something some the Muslims say they are in heaven, they will drink alcohol as they want, but on earth is prohibited. Don't you see that it is evil brainwashing? Is evil brainwashing. That is it. That is what we are trying to deliver ourselves from. Because the time of deliverance is now, not tomorrow. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
There, woman, please go on.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Yeah, Mazi. What they did to us to remember what we remember today. They did it for us to forget our land, run away from our land, so that other people will come and replace them. But they don't know that our ancestors are very great. Our ancestors have been the people that laid the foundation of the justice. Yes. Them that come to our land, they are the injustice. So they come to subdue justice. They subdue. How did they come? They did everything they did. They subdue justice. But IPOB, I greet you. I greet you, IPOB. I remain your humble comrade, Mazi Chinedu. I'm working as a Milano coordinator, Mazi. IPOB, if not IPOB, this thing devil mahi, this thing are not them. Mention them. Yeah, things them. Mention them. All those things they are doing there, they will sweep all of them out. They think they are somebody. They think they are something to those people. They think they are something to those people. But IPOB taught them lesson that they can never forget. Yes, we tell them that they will meet their Waterloo in our land. And it's coming on. It's coming on. All of them. If not IPOB, we will be doing wedding in traditional marriage in Europe, everywhere. Like New Year Festival, we'll be doing it outside, no more in our land. Because the people we are looking up to, they fail to teach us what our ancestors used and live the way they lived before. If not IPOB. If not IPOB, our mama don't know their left and right anymore. Our sisters, then don't know their left and right anymore, if not IPOB. If not IPOB, our men don't know their work anymore. Look at what is happening in our land again now. Manipulation everywhere. You will see somebody doing well. Another person will come into that person and started to manipulate the person. Not to start, no, not to start. He will start manipulating the person. Use anything, any possible means. You will find a way. Something that you will use. If you don't give me, I will show this. I will show people. Don't give me, I will show this. This is what they are doing. Using it to sentiment in the how much is sentiment in the how to make sentiment in the I want to we are Hana China, Haman and that to Hanendo. Hatohanendo, how we blow ya, duty. The book can be relying in can be relying in can you do that? It's in Nandawa, it's Nandawa, another so. Mazi, you go no, they put a gaff on the water. When you do it, Kunamaka Wanza at Hana. Say, I am. Kindness, the end justify the means. Mazi, I greet you. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi. I gana ganiru. There is no two ways about it. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on signal.
Mazi Jonathan Chinedu.
There were Mazi.
Good evening, brother.
There were.
Great Biafran. Dochukwu Kukabia Madundi Homana Dema. My name remains Mazi Obache Jikeme. My lady name Bu Oji Oke Obasi. Biafra is my religion. On this hollow platform is where we worship Ezechukwu Kukabia, the God of our land, the God of our ancestors, is our chi. Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwukano Hamadike, one of Biafra land, is our leader. He stay in the hand of DSS and every politician in our land. We're still telling them that holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will never stop us. We are already crossed the Rubicon. We are here. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is already open all the really Biafran their eyes that we need to fight and defend our land. And that is why we are here. Udo the Rendi Homan Adema. What we are calling all the Biafran to do is that we must love each other and help ourselves. That is the way of life. Because Chukwu Okuka Biama said, we as a people, you must love yourself and love your man and be together and help yourself. When you people are together, you will defeat all the obstacles. If you people are dismantled like the way Christianity trying to dismantle us, all the obstacles will defeat. with us. But IPOB are here to set the record straight. King Greece, that will be telling you that we are not intelligent. That is what white people did to us in our brain, and the problem in our brain, the way we think, the way we listen. Somebody came and tell you that the language that you are created you with is nothing to compare. And the so-called their own professors who said they are professors, speaking English, thinking that don't know that people are representing their own, pushing their own to you. They are just pushing their own language to you to replace your own. And when they are replace your own, you don't have culture anymore. Now, people tell us that we are serving, what did they call it? Idol. We are serving idol. That their own God is not idol. I ask them, have you seen your own God for once? If you tell me that I am serving idol, what your own God look like? My own is
Mazi, can I say
I don't
something?
see my.
Mazi, are you hearing me? Can I say something here just before you
Yes.
continue?
Yes.
You know, there is misunderstanding of language. It's about idle is not what they define it to be in our own language. That is, they duped us, you know, into calling things, translating things that are not real in our own language. An idol is foreign, is a foreign deity. That is idol in that context. You know, you can, today they can ask you, who is your idol? Some people say, okay, it is Beyonce. Some say it is Snoop Doggy. Some say it's Maradona is my idol. Why then do you come and translate wrongly in our language and say, idol is Arashi, is that thing we are worshiping is idol? It is lie from the piece of, they hold us, honestly. And it made me to understand why Japan fought like, you know, mad people to make sure that their system does not hold ground in Japan. And today they are free. They fought. Oh, no, they turned against even Japanese that have accepted the religion. Any person, any family, they not only they killed the hope. They don't care because they are sanitizing themselves. They know that the future, if they allow this, the future of their country is it will be like our land. We are we will be completely fighting each other, being suspicious of each other until that kingdom come, and no progress, no question. Mazi, please go on.
All right. You see, that is why we call all of you that is the really professor we have. Is those that those that hang calling all the radio Biafra. You know why we are encouraging our people to listen our own radio for them to learn, because people are now campaigning in their church telling our people that what they are saying in the radio Biafra is like all of them are antichrist. But forgetting that some of people are always come to Radio Biafra and play and preach the word of God for two. Now, Mazi, there is another thing I want our people to know. If we want to be free as a people, we're supposed to know that this land that Chukwu Okike Abiama give to us is our own. It's the language, Igbo language that Chukwuka Abiyama created us with. He created us with that language. If we use our own language and our own culture, we can be better than Russia. We can be better than American. But you know, we are learning English. But our people fail to understand that Germany is not speaking English, Russia is not speaking English, and Japan is not speaking, but they are progressing. Here now, somebody will tell you that onye adi as English, I'm a mad operation. Mabon is good in English. Onye na-asụ Igbo ama menwu, mabon ewoli Igbo kuziere gị. That is why, what will religion do to us, eh? I don't. That is where when I begin thinking, why we feel like this? Because if we understand this, the way we are taking it, the way I understand it now, we can be better than other countries. Now we are slave to them because they give us religions, we copy, forgetting our own. They give us their own language, we copy, forgetting our own. Today, somebody who marry in our own tradition, if they did not do white wedding, it will look like in our own face, the thing is happening. Look at the people have never, they have never did anything because we copy and give to us, and we still maintain it. That is why in the church today, white man will tell you, come here and colonize some group of young boys and the girls, and everybody now is trying to speak in. I see white man speaking in tongue for once. I have never seen all this kind of what we are seeing in our land in white people place. I don't know where we are copying all this. We don't copy better ones. We are seeing Japanese training their own children how to manufacture things. No, not how to go to some this, some that, some all. But when we look at all those things, it's a 10 years child. We started learning to chapter 10 verse 15 says. Job chapter 7 verse 18 says, people will be clapping for the child that is quoting Bible. And the Bible give you, present something on your table. That size, I go Bible. Now today, a white man came here and tell us that we should provide land where there will build a church. And after we provide our own land, this is our land. And we contributed money to build that church. Warehouse. I call church now warehouse. That place is a warehouse. And those who own that warehouse is those that are managing the church. But all of us built that warehouse. And we that entered there are their goods. When we enter there and contribute, they already sold their goods and they'll be progressing. Those that are coming in the church are being poor. In this Nigeria we are trying to, force ourselves out of this evil creation by British. That somebody will be calling the only manufacturer we have is the farmers in this Nigeria. Only manufacturer people we have is the farmers. But that we call them wretched, poor people. And they calling the also called man of dog, useless animals all over the place. I call them criminal, deceivers. That's what I call them. Be hailing them that know how about daddy, how about the chief of chief, and those people who are supporting them is politicians. That's why politicians keep quiet, because they are used that religion holding us down, not to react when they are stealing our money, where they are called police to kill us. They will tell you that God know your problem. God know your problem. Not only God will solve your problem. Only God will provide work for you. That is why an average Igbo man believes that we go make a progress is when he travels abroad. You see what these people did to us? great Biafrans. That is why I like IPOP. As in, I just wonder if I did not follow this hallowed, the most powerful freedom fighter on this planet Earth is IPOP. We onwelo kaina have see this religious mindset. Anyị ga-emegide ya until everybody forgive if Bible n'aka ị na-ezo ezo ije Bible n'aka ị na-ezo ezo mmadụ esigo weta phone ụka onete ozugbo ka ọ ghara ịfụkwa Bible ahụ iseburu there delete. That is where we are going. Our people should know that we are here to set the record straight. We must be free. And this religious ewetela anyị o megwa anyị ihe o meela anyị ihe in a way that in a family a mama ga na-eje Assemblies of God, ọkpala ga na-aga Deeper Life, papa ga na-aga Catholic. Telling me how can that family progress? Because Chukwu Kabiama says something that is only where I know that God speaks. Osigi ifunanya na-ebute ọgam n'iru. Isi ifunanya na-ebute agam n'iru na-ebute udo. And when ifunanya dị n'ebe akudo aka nchawa na-abata. But you know, look at us now. In a family, everybody in a church in care. But I say now Chukwu bụ one. What an hypocrisy we are. And we call ourselves Umuchineke. Let me tell our people, it's better we understand that religious is the 419. You see religion. I suffer today. All the source of problem we have, that is somebody will tell you that a Fulani man came to your own village and killed your people. A religious leader will come there and pray and said, go and sit down. No yet, no Chukwume. Nabuna Chukwame Amalon, Iha Amamme. Muolu Jogi Sigi. So Chineke Gerundia. Lomuna ya and Imbiabowe. Okuya. Let our people understand this. Whenever we see you deceiving our people, all Olamba igane tuotari. Maka that in Ayamankwa. God said that Munga as a person, he now accusing something same that in a Chineke actual Munya Jomume. Njogu Chige Ungwalu Kwa Yambuchande Mobusenda Joma de follow. If see Yende and a man in a brain. These people got Patalanya. Yaije Kuya na Ledo Biafra is this. And Oman Ben a Ledo Biafra. And ye gana gazina street. I get Chanata. I gana street in a Kawaroha. Gona Bahanchi, Otakashi. Make it die here from Mbaidu no Mazi. And a block Lesel. And I Kuzilanyo, all this nonsense until I buy a brain. Somebody, Gafu, Opuyo Jinaka, Efelen Kua, Mama and J Gogote, or Kuayana no Jesus. Or Jesus Kowarea, because Jesus Gabia, Egotozo, than size, you know. Somebody I'll get you know, will laugh at OG equal. You have money in Endon, why Yaputagi, Umi we call on Wolugawo Bodoibo. A colo no Bodogi will do like this. A colo ya Fubolone, Umugi, Umuna in Olona Hospital. Oh, when down a change, Aguachalo, Agualono Nogu, Manahem will go and get you Kugo no Guagoroha, her nature. Kebe Jesus one. Anyị nwa ga-azọpụta onwe anyị ọ mmadụ n'aka mmadụ ka Chukwu si azọpụta mmadụ. Spirit can never on this planet Earth come to your house and give you money. Let us know this very, very well. You open shop, and this is where we are too foolish and too much hypocrisy. You open shop. When you open shop, a man super nanka, no nya abu Muslim. No yan kabu Siemens, no yan bank kabu Christian, no yan kabu Hindi. He gave everybody welcome to come and buy you something from your own shop. Immediately close that shop. Ika kwanishi, Maloyen Kembo winners, Maloyen Kembo ledim. Ogini melani ha umibo. Why can't we understand this and settle this issue once and for all? Onwere yendika, here we flying abagari everywhere. Genyekwa anyi nsogbu. Mana anyị nọ ebe a, anyị na ha ga-emegide ihe until everybody aghọta nke mbeziokwu. Aghụghọ bidoro na chọọchị mgbe a gwara gị sị gị na gịnị na mmadụ mụtara nwa and Chineke gwa ya wolu nwa ya chọrọ ya aja obulu mma bulu nwa nwoke ya gaa ịchụ aja ahụ Chineke akpụsara ya ihe n'ime ọfịa ọ bụla aghụghọ dị ya ebe bịa fụta gosi nsọ mbọdị daa n'etiti tebụl ya fụta gwa m onye anwa ka m gwa m ka isi bịa ekpere ọntiru ụgwọ ụlọ gị mere spy ọ bụla ya kwụrụ ya o nwere ịkpọrọ aha bịa kwụọ gị ka anyị malụ nke mba eziokwu o nwere ihe ndị ka ihe a na-akpọ miracle religious emegwu anyị ihe and our people biko anyị na-ayọ ya bụrụ ayụjọ isoro na ndị na-aghọrọ anyị aghọ stay away from it ụmụ Chineke udo Chukwu okwu ka bịa maka ndị ihe ọma na-adị mma o nwere onye anyị kpọrọ asị kama na anyị na-agba mbọ ka anyị dozie obodo anyị ọ dị mma onye ukwu ọya ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ji ka na ọrụ nri ụlọ nga today ka ebe ọ na-achọ ka ọ dịrị ụmụ Igbo niile mma and ebumnobi ya na-emezu n'ebe anyị nọ ndewo nwa Chineke udo dịrị gị.
Well, thank you very much. We must continue. I think I'll take the last caller. Caller on what's up? Mazi, caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Yeah. Onyemuche, yes. Go on.
Yes. My name remains Onyemuche Chukunda Naparimali, precisely from Ugocha. Mazi, thank you for being there for us today. I just have two things to say. One is a question. This word, gathering of the brethren, is it really an English language or a Christian language? Or I don't, how do I paraphrase my question? So, sorry, in some ways, can you tell us in
Mazi, your voice is not coming out. I cannot hear you.
The meaning of gathering of the brethren in that their scripture. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes. Just go on.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that can you objectively on your own side define what is gathering of the brethren, like they write it in Psalm 119 verse 63 or 64, particularly? Does it has anything to do with people? Because I've tried to hear somebody telling me that he has read Genesis to Revelation and he saw God telling us to go to church, whether you be Muslim or whatever, that you have to go to church. Because I've never seen church. Jesus did not go to church. So I'm asking,
Mazi,
what is the meaning of the gathering of the brethren?
Please. Sometimes, I don't know. What I will advise is sometimes the question this is something so elementary, not anything that this is very, very primary. Can I say kindergartenish? When we are talking about all these things, we should be objective and something. Not if you get somebody that doesn't know. There are people that you debate. Wait, I'm coming. You are talking with them, you go to their level, and when you see that there is nothing they cannot even understand, it's just like talking to a baby of maybe 8 years old. There is a way you have to explain, otherwise you will not understand. So I advise not anybody that you can start arguing with. Gathering of people that are not Christians? What of general? We are talking in the general world. You're talking of a gathering of brethren. Brethren is brethren.
Okay.
If we have, as here on Radio Biafra, we are gathering of brethren. As we are meeting, it's gathering of brethren. So if it's talking it in the perspective of his own organization, because religion is also organization, it's man-made, it's club, social club, just like that. So it's their gathering of their own brethren. So when you contextualize it to what Bible say, I don't come here to interpret or say it, that is their own interpretation, or their own doctrine. But what I know, as me and you, we are here. We are talking, exchanging knowledge or debating. It is also gathering of brethren in the general point of it. That is what I would say.
I think you made it clear to me, because I also believe in what you believe. It's just that sometime, yes, yeah, was it 24 hours ago? Somebody met me in the vehicle and was like, you're sick. I said, yes, okay, now can you believe Jesus? Are you born again? And this. Say, man, if you want to pray for
Mazi,
me,
in there, one day,
I'm not.
sometimes, that's why sometimes you bring the argument of what you pass through the day and you come and vomit it here. It's not everything you start talking.
Then
Please, please.
secondly, sir, this issue of we talking about this redemption that we are fighting for, and at the same time, I have some of our politicians, their children, listening to us. They will bear witness that we have been preaching gospel here. Now, let's assume tomorrow when we must have passed this generation and they come up and somehow somebody may ask them question in regards to if their father and their people were together fighting with us, and one of them will like the people were insulting our father. Now, what can they say is the insult that we insulted them? Like they say that Nnamdi Kanu keep insulting them. They say it's insult that IPU insulted them that made them to reject or stay away from fighting collectively with us. I don't know if they have passed information of the kind of insult we have insulted them to you people. Can we know it today? As in, what kind of insult is that we've never insulted ourselves, even in our families?
There were Mazi.
So,
Okay. There were. What I want to tell you is this, because there are questions that is even not meant for me here or for us here. You ask those children of politicians in our land. And let me also, because I think this is where I'm going to switch off the phones, let me pick this call. I ask, where is the children or grandchildren of Okpa Biasika today? Do we think that he did not have any child? He has. I think Mazi Ezekuli have revealed this. He called the names, they have changed their surnames. For people to understand that betraying your own land is the worst thing you can do, because it haunts you, not only you, it haunts your generation. Are you getting it? So now, when you are not supporting what you are doing and you have the capability, what are you going to tell your children? If you deceive your children, tomorrow your children will be ashamed of their father. That is why Okpa Biasika, maybe when he was doing what he was doing against Biafra struggle during the war, maybe the children were very little. They don't have any power. They don't even understand what is going on. But when as they grew up and understood, they became ashamed of their father, and they have to. That time, their father is no more, and they have to change their names. Otherwise, imagine. Let's say, for example, you are going on the streets as somebody that knows what, or an IPOB member that understands what happened. And they are telling you that, look, this is the son of Okpa Biasika. He's moving. Are you going to clap for him? That is a question. So what we are doing is a collective effort. So any person that, for example, Joe Ibukwe in Lagos, what is his children going to be doing or saying about their father? Are they going to be, do you think that they are going to be proud of their father later on? I don't know how old their children will be, But do you think that later his children will be proud of their father? It doesn't matter the economic well-being they are enjoying. That is it. So let me I picked these two calls. Please, caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Scavenger, please have 2 minutes. I wanted to close. Please, 2 minutes, please. Go on, Mazi.
Professor Jonathan, you're speaking to your brother Muzemwino the Scavenger. I'm calling from Africa the Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader, Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, who set up this Radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality. And that is what you, Professor Jonathan, is doing. You are blessed. Maintain your blessing, Professor Jonathan. Professor Jonathan, you know, when you're talking about changing about the mind of people and everything, and I can tell you, I thank DOS and IPOB members, the one who nothing changed their mind. You know, when I later Nnamdi Kanu says that the IPOB has its own mind, they don't want to know, they don't understand what we mean by that. And I can tell you that to tell you the truth, I have 3 practical examples to show you that the IPOB has its own mind and they still stand on top of it. You know, the prison waters, Nigeria use the prison waters, our elders, which you call a religious leader and all those things. They wanted to change our heroes' day. Or unless they want us to change our heroes' day to Igbo day. IPOB resisted it because they don't know that we have our own mind. IPOB have their own mind. The same organization, when Bolangina has agreed and said that even though our leader Nnamdi Kanu has been telling Biafrans that the genocide, the war, the coup, and everything that happened in Nigeria is not Igbo coup or Igbo, who didn't plan anything. They didn't agree. And Buhari come and say, what did they do? The organized prison workers, the elders went to go and collect $1 billion. But the IPOB said, no, we have our own mind. Our own mind is not money. We are talking for freedom. This is number 2, what IPOB have done to show you that, that we have our own mind. They want us because they want to use that money to change our peaceful organization. Nigeria have tried to change our peaceful organization. They want us to join even politics. Nigeria, they want IPOB to join politics, to change our agitation, our peaceful struggle to politics. IPOB refused. We refused. They have tried so many things. They wanted to kill us. They kill us. They tag us so many things. They use even Christian security network to make sure that IPOB turn into armed struggle. But IPOB has his own mind. We still believe in peaceful agitation. We will talk. We will educate them. We are not in struggle. So we have our own principle. We have our own everything. Now they did the last one they did. They wanted to remove us from Radio Biafra because they don't want us. Like today, you are telling us that the history. You telling us what we belong. You telling us why we delay where the problem started from. But they I didn't think that they succeed. Not year or not 2 years to close Radio Biafra. They have killed us. They will not allow us to. Our mind, our peaceful mind, the education that we're educating on for the world to know exactly how to open that we have our own mind. And our mind is peaceful.
Now, the round up, please.
Now, the whole world must hear that IPOB has its own mind. And that our mind is what you, Jonathan Chinedu, is saying. Release our leader, Nnamdi the kind of prisoner of conscience. They have done nothing. Your court have said that his discharge and acquitted.
The child of appetite is where our life is. That is where we benefit. Thank you for taking my call, Professor Jonathan. Bye.
There were Mazi. Caller on signal. Mazi, you might think you'll be the last caller, please. Make it, round it up in 2 minutes, please, if you may. Please go on.
Hello, Mazi, Jonathan. Good evening from my side. Ndewo Mazi, Isike Mazi, Jonathan. You are doing an exceptionally well. I just want to greet our people, the Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world. I want to salute our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who answered the holy call that Chukwu Kikabiama called him to come and rescue his people, and the leadership of this very movement, the person of the DOS and the HOD and all Biafrans around the world. Mazi Emmanuel, I'm in Paris. By the special grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the Paris coordinator. Mazi, I do not want to take much of your time because I can say that you have said it all. Mazi, you really, truly, you touched all angles, and that has been the IPOB footprint, if I can say. We work in a versatile level that confuses the enemies of Biafrans. Mazi, you mentioned Nigeria government trying to curtail IPOB. And when you look at it very closely, you find out that it occurs on, if you look at, I saw what Mazi Chinedu sended on his Facebook this platform. And when you look at around and see how they have been manipulating these very, our leaders, because our leaders don't have any case with them. They are just working on the script being sent to them by the Western world, and all those ambassadors you saw in Nigeria. This has been their work, handling everything that concerns Biafrans. And Mazi, if you look at Nigeria, you find out that the way they see Biafra land, just like the way you said last time, I think day before yesterday or last time on your program, they saw our land as a harvesting ground. And when you look at, you go, let's say in Abuja, for example, you find our people, you will observe the reason why our people do not want to talk about our situation. You find out that in Abuja, for example, the kind of comfort they gave to some of them there, and the kind of mansions and comfort they gave, artificial comfort, I mean artificial comfort, because those comforts are being paid for. It is not a natural comfort. So it lies on everything you have been saying on this very platform. Our people is like a lion. Even wagu no kataziri tawa ahihia, or ihe our people turn into. Wagu no kataziri tawa ahihia. Because our people, I usually this very religion we are seeing, I usually will download that to our people's moral, our people's way of thinking. not only in Abuja, the whole Nigeria, anywhere Ihunuka, Jedia, Ndi Igbo juru dia, Nde Biafra juru dia. What are they doing there? Is it only them that love God? Yes, love as ihe na-agụ onye ka eji erie, ihe onye chọrọ ka eji erie. Just like as we are championing this Biafra, people are using the name of Nnamdi Kanu to scam people. People are using the name of Biafra to scam people. People are using the name of God to scam Biafrans. That has been what led us, put us into this very situation. Using the name of God, using the name of that thing that you cherish so dearly, they use it to scam you. And our people has been victim of all these things. But what can we do, Mazi? Because these things, sometimes when I think of all these things, I don't understand. Amam kaisi belum ma ani is into different kind of I see everything I will buy in the buy now as evil. In our culture, people now body also people are not to the culture ndị nna nna ha, but ha nakwa ha atụ ofe onugbu ụjọ, ha na ha atụ nni niile ndị nna anaghị ha wepụtara, ha na ha atụ ya ụjọ. Ọkwa so ihe ha na-atụ ụjọ wụ ekwuteghị okwu omenala, that thing that hold them, that protects them in that land. Ọ ihe na-atụ ha ụjọ. Mazi, a lot of things happen to us. So the Western world, Mazi, committed what we call cultural genocide against Biafrans. Not even only Africa. We are talking of Ndi Igbo, specifically. Ha committed cultural genocide. Not even only Nahabula, only just Igbo in 1967 to 1970. No. Amazi, another thing that pains me where not that we are criticizing
Mazi,
anybody,
please
but
round
we are
up, round
pointing
up,
out
round up.
their
You are
wrongdoing.
now on
What
70
pains
minutes.
me where all these religious, so-called religious leaders are lack of empathy, lack of solidarity, lack of division among them. Lies are said, ndaji ase asande ha na ndị na-efolo ha isi. Kenya ga-akpọ ihe. And if we are accusing Vatican, okay, ke ihe niile a na Vatican, kedu any leader ga na-egbusisi ndị ọ na-elidi ọgbachi nkịtị. Mazi, which leader? A leader no na-live comfortably. In fact, unu na-anwụ na-agụrụ, unu na-anwụ na ịmana anọ m kemgbe na-asị o nwere any European country received Biafran refugees during 1967 to 1970. I don't think but in just look at Syria, what happened in Syria
Mazi, there are. In fairness, there are. I think I know about Ireland. They are. They have.
Okay, but Mazi, is it only Ireland that is a Christian country in Europe, or even in America, or in another place? No, they are not. But watch that is the Muslim countries. Any small thing they will back up. It's only just thing that happened in Syria last time. Only Germany received 1 million Syrians. 1 million, only them alone. You see? So tell me, this kind of so-called religion they are telling us, lack of solidarity. The only collecting from you, they don't give you. If you are in difficulty, they don't care. If they don't, in fact,
There wo.
na-anara ego nnalụ ruo ma n'ọnwụ onye ahụ nwụgodu asị na ama mbịa n'igo ntiri kwụ ụgwọ ke ụdịka ije ọrụ ya ke ụdịka and ihe niile ọcha wetara anyị n'ala Igbo wo ihe na-eri anyị ego.
There wo, Mazi. Thank you. I'm in the verge of closing,
Mazi,
please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There wo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we must continue in this struggle. It is a 360 degrees struggle for liberation. You know, before I round up, there is this news about the United Nations mission warns of dangerous escalation in Libya. So, if you are hearing my voice, or if you have any of our people that are in doubt as a Biafran, be warned about the escalation. Once they say this, say they are amassing, weapons around Tripoli, please. That is what we should understand. You should make haste while the sun shines, at least in order to save your life. It's part of what we are preaching. Like what our Mazi, the last caller, said about our people being anywhere about religion. You see our people, they are there. One of the things, I don't look at it now. I said now. You know, the more you go, you analyze things, you become, you look at issues in different ways. We always say yes, we love God. Yes, but I don't think it's only that. This is my personal view. One of the most things is this, that we are a people that have been stripped. We have been sentenced to individual survival. Look for your survival anywhere. Survive anywhere. So that is why individually we need divine intervention. Because we no longer have anything to do with government. Is it Nigeria you are going to turn to? Who are you, Igbo man? Many of us don't know that they are secretly paying welfare in the north. The Fulani, the Caliphate, they pay welfare with Nigeria, not state government money, federal government money. I am telling you, they pay welfare to their people. There are some budgets, some money allocations that are made secretly, that are made for northerners, that are never disclosed, billions and billions of naira, that are only meant for northerners. This is also one of the reasons why they will never allow Igbo man to be there, because he will discover all these things. You see, in the case of Goodluck Jonathan, he discovered how every day hundreds, if not thousands of tanker load of crude oil passes to Niger Republic from Nigeria, unaccounted for. This is not for Nigeria, it's for them. That's why they they lobbied America in order to make sure that this man, they cannot be there. And they successfully, they were successful. So you see that if an Igbo man enters Asorok, for example, there are some things he will see that they don't want him to see. That is it. That is the Nigeria for you. So when it comes to our people everywhere, we are people that are stripped naked. So everybody is hustling, doing anything in order to cover his nakedness, at least to hustle for his life. So we need more divine intervention because there is no backup, no government on our back, nothing. So that is one of the main reasons which I find out. I try to analyze and find out that this is one of the reasons. And do not forget that even the Biafra war, they use it to cage us more into Christianity. I am telling you, the Biafra war, they make the presence of missionaries more conspicuous, more visible. They are the ones that are taking charge of orphans. They are the ones teaching our people more into immersing our children, those that we are children to that time, that we are fathers and grandfathers today. They started immersing them more into religion. So they use Biafra war to immerse us into more religion than before. Whereas their governments were the sponsors of our killers. Do you see how these people work? The British government and their allies were direct sponsors of our killing, but they allowed a trickle of their missionaries wearing white, and Italy the same thing, Rome the same thing, in order to be visible in our land as our savior. Do you see that? And they trained our people that. So there is no way you can today, there is no way you can convince one of the people that suffered that thing as a child, that was saved by a Christian missionary with his Gariga born, that he will not tell you that these people are the best, that they are God sent. That there is no way he can stop believing in them. I don't know whether people understand the politics that is there. The government killed us, sent weapons to kill us in wholesale. Now they allowed individuals under non-governmental Christian organizations to come in. Yeah, there is a motive for that. To come in order to be giving us milk and sugar and Gariga porn. So that the people, the population, will now be seeing them as our savior. Whereas it is them that are our killers. Let us be sophisticated in reasoning. That is what we activate here. Sophistication in reasoning. Are you hearing me? Whereas Britain can easily stop this, even using religious sentiment. Oh, these are Christians that are being killed. So they will go to easily, very easy, go to United Nations as a member of a Security Council that has veto power. He will summon and say, no, let's stop this. Nigeria should sit, because they are the people doing the thing, holding everything, the key. Nigeria should go on, should negotiate, finish. The killing is too much. Oh, they are our Christian brothers. No. As long as they are giving you, they are giving arms in order for us to be massacred in a wholesale manner. Now they will allow some of their individual missionaries come in, give them license, permit to come to Biafra land to save us. Now they weigh the whole importance. They say, okay, if these people go now, they are British, they are Europeans, they are Christians. These children that are direct receivers of this aid, what are you going to tell them? Do they know anything about politics? How are you going to tell them that no, it is these people that are killing you? They will laugh at you. They will say you are even the devil. And the missionaries, they are there on ground, immersing our people, immersing them into the religious stupidity that we are suffering today, more and more. So that as the war ended, the people so-called they saved, they will now look at the religion as, oh, it is our saving grace. It is what God used to save us. So they propagated it more and more and more and more. So that our people now, as warriors say, Oge Biela, Oge Biela, Onye Obola Azo. Now that is what in me, you know. So everybody to your tent, oh Israel, go and look for survival anyhow. So our people need divine intervention in everything because there is no government intervention. There is no government backup. There is nothing. You look east, west, north, south. You have to survive. You have to survive. So, boy, how even I cannot do this only me in my power. I want to remove my people from poverty, so I'm the only hope. He need a divine power, divine intervention. Before you know, if you hear that Kumuyi na here na deeper life na there it happen. If you enter there, before you know, you God will answer your prayer. He will run go there. You hear that na TB Joshua na synagogue of all nations na there miracle full. He will run go there. So because he want to survive, he is struggle for survival. And as many that have gone there one way or the other, things that they are doing become successful. They say, hey, it's because of that place. But you see how things work, and they become blocked there. There is nothing you can tell them. They say, no, it is because of this prophet, this church I'm going that saved my life, that made me now to become successful in what I'm doing. Don't you hear it with when I had a debate here on Radio Biafra some years back with one Mazi? Don't you hear that? Is it Mazi Donald? Yes. That, it's what saved him. He can never, that is the mental, psychological state. What they put it, that is part of what I say intelligence work. By country, they go in a way you don't expect. As they are killing you in large scale, they now provide a way so that you'll be seeing them as savior. Do you see what is happening in Gaza? America is the only open country, a country that is boldly supporting, not even supporting, that is participating in what is going on in Gaza. But in another way, they are also giving relief, giving aid, food, dropping food for them. Why? Wow, no. Oh, this is a world sometimes you need to reason deeply. You need to look down very well to understand, to make sense out of the whole nonsense that is going on in this world, honestly. America is the one that America can come and say, hey, Israel is okay, stop. And the killing will stop. They will negotiate. But they will just say, no. They support Israel, what we are doing. They arm them, they give Israel in order to kill the people. Now, but they will leave their, send food. They say, okay, their non-governmental organization, American non-governmental organization will be sending food relief to Gaza. Whereas they are arming, they are killing them. It's what happened in our land. When the government, the British government, and their allies, including Rome, they are killing us as a government. They arming, they are sending, they are making sure that we are all massacred. At the same time, they send the trickles of individual missionaries using the name of non-governmental organization. Go there, let us see. So that people, you as Onyocha, when you watch the videos, you see the children, who are they seeing? Onyocha. Onyocha is doing what? He is serving them. And he's a Christian missionary. So why wouldn't they trust him? Why wouldn't they be calling him their savior? If you go and start telling the children, no, how can you convince the people that these people that you are calling savior, they are your killers? Would they take you that you make sense? They would see that you even the demon. If they have knife, they kill you. But you are telling them the truth. Are you getting what I'm saying? So this is intelligent work. This is the takia. This is the falsehood, the hypocrisy in politics. If you're able to play it, that is it. Come out, kill people, kill you, they will kill you, but they will come out to be, pretend to be your savior, to laugh with you, and you'll be happy that oh, these are my saviors. But they are the people killing you. So they use religious sentiment and they indoctrinate you. Those missionaries they put in our land, they make them indoctrinate our children, our people, that they are saving us, that they are powerless in what is happening, that it is the enemy. Oh, but they are our savior. So that dogma, that mantra, that indoctrination will stick to in your head until you die. You ask somebody today that is maybe above 60, that suffered all those things, that that received the Gary Gabon from missionaries. Ask them, how do you survive Biafra? Nigeria onslaught, the Biafra war. He will tell you, the missionary, they try, they are our savior. So the thing push him more into religion. There is nothing you can talk, because this is what he saw with his eyes. But he didn't know that there are things that are happening that are more than what he's seen with his naked eyes. That there are games that are being played he cannot understand. All these things are being done in order to shape our mindset. We now consider our killers as our saviors. After all, the Europeans, they did wonderfully smart things. After killing us, buying us as farm animals for 400 and something years, colonizing us and committing terrible crimes in our land, they now present us a savior. That this God that we are calling, this Chukwu, born somebody, he have a son in their land, which is so once we accept him, he will save us. Is it not wonderful? They push us to see them now. That is image laundering. They use Christianity to launder their image. So that we see them. Instead of you being chagrined, being bitter, you say, oh, I have seen my savior. These are my savior. Do you see that? That is the politics. To play this type of politics is not easy. It needs sophisticated brain. And to understand it is not easy. Well, once you are straightforward, you can't understand nothing. You will only be seeing things in one-sided, what you are seeing. But below the bridge, there are many waters that are passing. If you know that, you can understand many things. What they played on us is the fastest one. As they are killing us, they are blowing us breeze, and they are presenting themselves as our saviors, and we are happy that worshiping our killers. Here on Radio Biafra, we make you to think. We make you to reason. We make you to use that your brain. That your brain is not for fancy. It's not jara. It is for reasoning, critical thinking. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu established here. That we should be thinking critically. Are you getting it? So that is why Biafra remains our religion. Biafra remains our ideology, and we must continue making sure that Biafra is restored. There is no going back because there is no back to go to. And in this case, do not forget that tomorrow, as I said earlier, that we will be on X space, in order to discuss issues concerning us on X, that we are going to discuss as usual the second episode of Biafra Regional Affairs on X Space, and our handle is at Radio Biafra Live by 5 p.m. Please do not miss it. We enjoin you, we encourage you to be there, even if you are a critic of what we are doing. You are invited, in order, because we respect the superior arguments. Because IPOB, all we are asking for is for a referendum. Because we have seen that Nigeria does not make sense. That is it. So that is why we want to make sense where there is no sense. And that is why we are very peaceful movement asking for referendum in this our self-determination, which is under the international law signed by Nigeria. Even is under the Nigerian constitution. Self-determination is not a crime. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Ebeka unusi Biafra. Ebeka unusi Biafra. Gaimara Biafra. Kane bozo kamiri. Agaimara Biafra. Kane bozo kamiri. Biafra kane.
Sunday, I think the 26th. Therefore, please welcome your friends and well-wishers. Urge them to join Radio Biafra London. Because most of the things we are suffering today is because of ignorance. Ignorance of history. Ignorance is the highest killer, for your information. Ignorance. Therefore, we have to correct our mistakes by knowing our history. That is the issue. We forgot, we neglect the most important thing, and started pursuing what's supposed to be the end product. We have to come of age, mature. Do you know that maturity comes with freedom? Do you know that? Do you know that? Maturity comes with freedom. Until a fetus is matured, it's not going to come out. Once it's matured, it's time to come out. The womb will no more contain it. As a teenager, you finish your school, you go to your school. Once you finish, freedom and independence is a sign of maturity, for your information. We all know that. As an Igbo person, Igbo boy, whether you come from a very wealthy parents, and every time they are giving you everything you want. I am talking as an Igbo man. As a child, you are being given everything, provided with everything. You are going, they carrying you to school. A time will come, once you are matured enough, even all those things, you no longer like it. If they want to take you to school, say, no, daddy, no, I can go by myself, I don't want it. Which means you are trying to develop a sense of independence. It's a sign of maturity. So, our freedom, the agitation for our freedom means that we are matured. And we become really matured by knowing our history. That is why we are doing what we are doing. And do not forget that on 30th May, there will be total lockdown in the whole land of Biafra. There is press release on that effect. We are in a serious business, restoring a lost nation. Therefore, it is not a child's play. People have died and continue dying. Therefore, without taking any much time, I will hand over the platform to our special guest, Dr. Justice Okachi Lois, to take on the platform. Mazi, please, welcome to the program and over to you.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening, and greet every member who is listening, all Biafrans, lovers of freedom, and of course, our indomitable members, IPOB. I salute the extraordinary courage of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who you all know is a prisoner of conscience. And it was through him that is made possible that throughout the world we now have a voice which he himself instituted on this hallowed platform, which we call and know as Radio Biafra. So it's a great privilege to come here and share with you the ongoing series of discussions, lectures about our history. Today's topic is an Aburi Accord. That's how it started, but Aburi Accord became Aburi Discord. So we're going to examine what happened here. As you know, when Aburi failed, we ended up losing more people in the Biafra-Nigerian war. And so that we get bearings, it is such a critical situation that as they came to kill more people, Ojukwu stated quite categorically that he sees Biafra as a bastion of freedom in an age in which freedom and self-determination conditioned by the colors of your skin. He says, I will go on to say further that for the acceptance of black race, there must be a Biafra. And if this Biafra is stifled, meaning the 67-70, if this Biafra is stifled, then perhaps in the future, another will emerge. So, as Mazi Jonathan mentioned, we're in a serious business. We're establishing a nation. It's called the TEN, the Emerging Nation, Biafra. And I come to share with you the historic background that was literally the last straw that broke the camel's back, the Aburi's Accord, which became a discord. So what was this about? Well, in the last discussion, we stated that there was a coup in January 1966, followed by that coup of January 66. They tried so hard in the Nigerian coup to bend it into an Igbo coup. As a result, there was what they call a counter coup or a revenge coup, which is actually an Araba coup to get out of Nigeria by killing their fellow citizens. The British intervened and dissuaded them not to leave, but to handed over the key to the cage to them, the Lugadian cage, which you and I are still in. Now, having got the key, they now want to make sure everybody in that cage listens to what has answers to their dictates. And the RBL was trying to find a way to resolve the ongoing killings because they turned on their fellow citizens. Not only massacred them, some people say it's not genocide. Well, it certainly was a slaughter. It was a slaughter directed at a particular ethnic grouping. So it's a Chino slaughter. The range of which is between 30 to 100,000. That's the ones as an estimate. And you know, when so many people are killed, a lot more are usually injured. And those that ran back, there were more injuries, plus people were maimed for life, some were burned, some had all sorts of horrific injuries. Now they're back in the eastern part then of Nigeria. I keep saying eastern region because at that time, Biafra, as you know, was not declared. It was declared on the 30th of May the following year. So they are still called Eastern Nigerian people because they were in the same country, but they were being killed by the very people who were supposed to protect them, the military, the police, all the security forces, plus the civilians in the northern region. They also moved to the western region. There's nowhere else that was safe but in the part they call their own eastern region. So that is the background. Now they have returned. What is going to happen? As you can imagine, the horrific scenes people saw, they were therefore pressurizing the Jupu to immediately declare the eastern region an independent part from Nigeria, an independent country. The name has not been circulated yet, but they just said they've had enough. You have to recall that they've been killed in 1945, in 1953. Now, this 66 is what they call the industrial scale killing, unprecedented in the whole of Africa, apart from the killings in the Congo by Leopard, who killed the King of Belgium, who killed up to 23 million people. This was unprecedented in modern African history. So, taking this brunt of killing, people in the eastern region began to say to Juku, you know, that's enough. We need to break away. So, that is the background. I'm going to talk to you today. Is what happened in Aburi. Can we salvage? Can we live together with the rest of the country? And what sort of, conditions will make that possible to avoid people pulling away? Oh, by the way, there's nobody who stands to lose more at that stage than Ojukwu himself, because as you know, his dad built up Lagos with so many buildings, built up the north, built up Port Harcourt. He actually is the one who stands to do so much. So you can imagine people calling for him to declare Eastern region, and in the way he was dragging his feet. I'll explain the reason behind it shortly. So then, looking at it from the Gowon's point of view, he is deposed with his group, Agi Irensi. But Gowon is not the most senior military personnel in the army at the time. It's just that the people who did the killing wanted him as a compromise candidate to rule Nigeria. We have Ogundipe, Babatunde Ogundipe is a brigadier. So Gowon was lieutenant colonel. Adebayo, who became the Western Region's governor, is a colonel, full colonel. Gowon is a lieutenant colonel. Ojukwu is also a lieutenant colonel. He's even, if not more senior than Gowon, but at least at the same level. So you can't really take orders from him. There's a Commodore Wei, who is in the Navy, who's certainly more senior in military. In other words, there are other people more senior to Gowon, and then suddenly found himself as the head of the country. It's as if Ojukwu mentioned this in the abridged, that there's something very dangerous that has been introduced into the Nigerian army. That is indiscipline. Because when Brigadier Babatunde Ogundipe wanted to restore order after Irensi was killed, the sergeants disobeyed him. They couldn't take orders from him. And the Yoruba didn't have enough soldiers to back up Babatunde Ogundipe. Because according to the accounts, then there were about 800 or so Yoruba people in the army. But the middle belt had preponderantly more soldiers, although the people of Eastern origin had more officers. And 200 of them were massacred in one day, 29th of July. So you can imagine the infantry in Nigeria were predominantly of the northern Nigeria, and they've done a coup. And every installation, military installation, was in the north, apart from few in Abeokuta, Ibadan, Lagos, and one in Enugu. There's nowhere else you have a military formation. Everything else is in the north. So they had not only the yam, they also had the knife to do as they wish when it comes to destroying destroying Nigeria and controlling Nigeria militarily. So that is the background to where we're now going to go and see how do we maintain peace and restore stability in Nigeria. So, having killed Irensi, remember the coup that killed Irensi was not successful in the east. So the Irensi's appointed governor, who is Odumegwu Ojukwu, was still in the east. But the northern, the Midwest, the West have now under Yakubu Gowon. So you have a country where the eastern part was not under Yakubu Gowon, but Gowon is in charge of everywhere because his military, those who did the coup, have given him the authority to rule. So he's a de facto head of state and claiming to be the supreme commander. So that is what happened when they turned up at Aburi. So the coup failed in the eastern region, but because Ojukwu did not recognize Gowon. As I said last time, they heard there was going to be a coup, so Ojukwu, the person who was in charge, Oguniwe, disarmed the soldiers and knocked up the weapons in the armory. Ojukwu went and camped with the police headquarters, so he was protected, so he wasn't killed, as was planned. So the coup failed in the east. So now, Gowon assumed power. So Ojukwu said, I do not recognize you. You're a junior ranking officer. So your act is that of a rebellion. So Ojukwu accused Gowon of being a rebel. So that's where the first, if you like, where Gowon reversed it and called Ojukwu a rebel, when in fact it is Gowon who was the first rebel, because he took over from his supreme commander, who was supposed to be the chief of staff, who he was trusted, who he saved, whose life was saved in the first January coup. Because Gowon just arrived in the country on that day. If it wasn't for Irensi, Gowon may have been killed. But he did not return the favor. Instead, he stood by while his commander got killed. Anyway, that's a different story. So, what is now important is what to do. Because having disagreed with Gowon coming to power, being called by a rebel, by Ojukwu, we now therefore have two sections of Nigerian army, two parts to Nigeria, the east where people are rushed back, having been killed, and the rest of Nigeria undergo one. So people need to understand that. Gowon called in August that let's have, if you like, an ad hoc conference in September and decide how we're going to run this country. He mentioned the word, is it going to be confederacy? Is it going to be the way we are or another form of government? So while this meeting was going on, and I have to say to you, for this meeting to occur, Ojukwu's father went round encouraging people to go so the country doesn't split. And after encouraging people to go for this conference, he actually died next few days. I think the same night he died. So Ojukwu has lost his father, and the conference was going on, and then the northern soldiers in the north turned on the civilians with other civilians and started massacring those of Eastern origin. So the whole thing was very, very grave. So that's why we had 2 million return to the east. I keep repeating this. It was extremely grave. So Ojukwu therefore has the task of rehabilitating the 2 million people who have just returned from various parts of Nigeria. So, as a young 32 or so year old leader in Enugu, he decided to allocate between October and December about 3 million pounds. In those days, the British pound and the Nigerian pound were almost in parity. It's quite some serious money. So, emergency fund was released to help with the funding of expansion of houses, offices, schools, health facilities to cope with the sudden influx of such a large number of people. In other parts of the world, the recent event was that of Rohingya. Whenever you have a huge flux of people into an area, you need outside help. In the Eastern region part, there was no outside help. There was no United Nations. There was no African unity. People say, oh gosh, what's happening in Nigeria? Let's go and help them. Britain stood aside. US wasn't involved. Even the government under Gowon couldn't help. It was left to the Easterners to address this major influx. So how did they cope? Well, it's partly the mindset of the people. You know, there's virtually no village or no town in the eastern region that wasn't affected by this tragedy. So the music, Mazi Jonathan played, Onwuzula, was being played repeatedly to calm the people, to comfort them. But part of their philosophy is that no condition is permanent. I'll go as far as to say that Ome Ihanyahu Bobara is another major philosophy. Well, that I just translated, where there's nothing the eye sees that will make the eye to bleed, to really pour out blood. It's no tears. In other words, there's no condition that will overwhelm a man unless you want it to overwhelm you. So they were able, constitutionally, to withstand this huge tragic event. The second thing was, of all the African countries, they had instituted an economic, literally indeed an economic miracle. So that part of the world, Eastern region, was the fastest growing economy, not only in Africa, but I'm told also in the world at that stage. So they have an economic prosperity. They're scheduled to become industrialized in the next few years. So they were able to utilize their reserves in helping these people. And of course, The most important part is their culture, because everyone is from somewhere. And if you know about the extended family system, that stepped in to help them. Those who came back destitute with nothing, they belong to a village, they belong to a family, so they were able to be absorbed. So these are the essential things we must bear in mind, how it is that approximately 2 million people were absorbed in those days. So that is the background in the East, and they were literally pressing the Ojukwu regime to do something. We've had enough of Nigeria. So, to make the matter worse, they were reminded, and the tragedy was such, as I said, the music was being played. There was a general mood. I'm trying to explain to you the mood in the eastern part of the country. And we're going to contrast it with what the northerners were thinking of. Some in the east was this intense outrage of the genocide. We call it genocide, a pogrom. If you have a problem with those two words, then it's due to slaughter. For example, the very last train that arrived, this is the train carrying people running away from the north. Let me remind you. They brought in survivors from the northern Nigeria between October. This last train was, if you like, a grotesque symbol of what happened to our people. On board this train was a body which has got his head missing, decapitated Igbo person. And the next one was a woman passenger. What she's carrying in her suitcase was the head of her child. This child's body had been severed. The head was being decapitated in front of the mother's presence. She just put the head, put it in the box, and carried on the journey. So these are the terrible things that they experienced. So when this news arrived at Enugu, you can imagine the anger that raged. So that led to people having rallies, symposia, lectures, all forms of public meetings, demonstrations, asking for declaration of peace, independence in response to all that happened. And deliberately explaining all this so that people know why Abui was the last straw. So these people then put a considerable amount of pressure on Ojukwu to do something. He says he's going to talk peace. He said, well, no. You can't forget this peace, man. And there's a song they sang in those days. Ojukwu shanye kulu kamalare mae. Ojukwu shanye kulu kamalare mae. Onarela mae. Onarela mae. And so on and so on. So in other words, Ojukwu said we should, remain calm, don't talk, so that there'll be peace in the land. But where is this peace? So that's how angry people were. So you need to understand the history. So, what was happening then is that the reluctance, this inability to rush in and declare Biafra, is also partly because of the security reasons. You see, as I mentioned earlier, the formation in the north was formidable. That's where all the military, all the armory, everything was in the north. Clearly, if you declare your independence, then you give them an excuse to attack. So this information would not have missed. I think those ruling the eastern region would not have escaped this understanding that if you declare in a hurry, there's a chance that you will not be able to defend these people who are eager to pull away from Nigeria. And that is really a big, big problem. So, in spite of the clamoring, Ojukwu had to just step back and allow things temper to cool. And when there was a chance for a peace talk, there was a need to take that, and therefore Aburi was decided. Because in the north, which is now, the seat is Lagos and Kaduna, they were asking, how is it possible for all these people to escape in the first place? There were 2 million of them. Well, how are they managing? How are they coping? Well, if they could do this, it means that if the longer you leave them, the more they're going to resist future attacks. It's not a case of when we attack them, they will do, that they will win the war, is how much resistance are they going to offer. And that's really the reality. You think about it strategically. You have nothing to defend yourself. If the Nigerians invaded at that time, it's not a case of who's going to win the war, it's how much can we resist and how long for. So much so that the military governor of the north said, 48 hours, as Hassan Castina. It will take 48 hours. We overrun the north. We overrun the whole east. Yeah. And the papers and the media went into overdrive. Let's go and finish this job. Completed the task of May. That was the pressure that those who were looking after the eastern region were under. It's not enough to have survived, but you now need to try and rehabilitate these people with a threat, a looming threat, that because you have not recognized Gowon as the head of state, there's a chance they could march down and mop up the rest of the people who survived. So this is the background where we have to find a way out. I think it's Winston Churchill who said, jaw is better than war. You can talk and talk and talk rather than fight. So jaw is better than war. So cue the British, they always turn up. It's like, hey, here we are. So what did they do? They offered that we should have this peace conference, a meeting, somewhere in the British warship, which is parked conveniently in the shores of Nigeria. So they invited Ojukwu, Gowon. Let people come. Let's have a talk in a British warship. So Ojukwu said, thank you, but no thank you. And most people who are historians, we know why he said no thank you. Because Ojukwu wasn't sent to UK to study for nothing. He studied, wait for it, he was supposed to be a lawyer, by the way. A brief bio of Ojukwu's goings on. He was, as you know, he was in King's College in Lagos, and at 10 he slapped a white teacher. The white teacher was upsetting a black woman, so he went up and slapped him in one of the demonstrations. So he was locked up and arrested with the rest of the students who were having a strike. And he just ended up in the docks where he was coming up to the court and so on. But that's another story. So he was packed off to UK to go and study because of all the strikes and so on. He was going to go to Eton, but it worked out that he went to Epsom, one of the public schools. So Ojukwu excelled in the school. He captained the rugby. He got English schoolboys record for discus. He was a sprinter. And he was also academically gifted. So he ended up getting an Oxbridge. He went to Oxford. He was going to do law because his dad is a multimillionaire. He wants someone to look after his legal practice for all these companies. After 1 year studying law, Ojukwu said he's going to do history. He said, what? You're going to do history? So his father, being Zeke's friend, sent Nnamdi Azikiwe to go and have a chat with Ojukwu about his business about becoming, studying what? History. Well, who's going to, what? Better go back to law. So that's why I send you there. So after Zeke finished speaking with Ojukwu, Nnamdi Azikiwe went back to Ojukwu's father and said, well, Ojukwu is a bit strong-headed here. Unless you're going to study law for him, you better allow him to study what he wants to study. So that is round one, Ojukwu and his father. So Ojukwu won that one. So Ojukwu therefore studied history. So what I'm telling you this story is because he could not have escaped his understanding that when somebody in the past was offered to have a mediation in the British ship, but parked on the shores of Nigeria, something went awry. The name of this person, of course, is Jaja of Opobo. As you know, my goodness, I'm sorry I'm drifting. You know about J.J. Okocha. J.J. Okocha is actually a Brighton footballer, we know that, but he's named after Jaja Okocha. It's supposed to be Jaja Okocha, but because of the distortion, they call him J.J. Okocha. He's so good, they named him twice. But it's supposed to be Jaja. Jaja was the king of Opobo. Opobo, of course, is lapping the shores of the Atlantic in the Bight of Biafra. The Bight of Biafra, of course, is the name of which Gawan renamed after the war, 1974, when Professor Balogun, the geography teacher, decided to change the Bight of Biafra into Bight of Benin to hide the fact it was a Biafra. But, the scripture says if you change the ancient boundaries, something will happen to you. So it may be still alive so that he will know when Biafra is restored. He's wasted his time. So that's another story. So Jaja of Opobo was persuaded to come into a British boat to make peace negotiations and settle trading dispute. When he got there, he was kidnapped, taken to West Indies, and never returned alive. So he died. So Ojukwu, having studied history, understands that when you're offered to come to the British warship to discuss peace about your people, you have to be very, very mindful. So he didn't go. So that is how we ended up in Aburi. Because General Ankara, who is the person who's taken over from Nkrumah, having done his own coup, invited the Nigerians to come to Ghana to settle this impasse. So therefore, Gowon with his own delegation and Ojukwu his own delegation, they met in Aburi. The Ghanaians call it Aburi. It's about 20 miles or so from Accra in Ghana, the capital. So that is where the meeting of what we're talking about took place. And that is the reason why it's in Ghana, because nowhere in Nigeria was safe for Ojukwu to meet, go on with the Nigerian military around because they've been killing his people. So he has to be held outside. So when they got to Aburi, Ghana, they were welcomed, of course, by the Ghanaian head of state, who was the chairman of the occasion. He encouraged them to remember their African brothers, to make peace. He set up the facility, made an introduction remark, said they should work this out as brothers, and so on. Also remember, most of the military in Nigeria, they normally go to Ghana anyway, in the initial training before they go off to Sandhurst as officers. So they know about the Ghana military and Nigerian military. They're almost where you did your training. So it's really some form of a reunion. But under the circumstances, a serious reunion, because some people have been very, very wounded and aggrieved. It's remarkable that Ojukwu went there in the first place. He didn't have to go because his people were so upset with what Nigeria did to them. But he says you got to go the extra mile. So they went to Ghana to discuss how it is they're going to live together. So who actually turned up? Who are the people involved in this conference? Well, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon is calling himself the Supreme Commander. Okay. Because at this stage, Aguiyi haven't been killed. They haven't really decided, they haven't really declared that he's dead. They said he's missing, along with Fajiyi, his host. Then they killed both of them. So Ojukwu, of course, knew they've already killed him. But Gowon was asking himself, was answering as the supreme commander in place of Excelency. So he was there, and the person who was looking after Western region, called Robert Adebayo, was also there. He's a colonel. Who else was there? The Midwestern guy, David Ejo, Lieutenant Colonel, was also there. The Northern Governor, Lieutenant Colonel David Hassan Katsina, surprise, was also there. Usman Katsina was there. Then there's a Commodore J.E.A. Wade, who is the Navy boss. He's also more senior than Gowan. Then there's a Major Mobolaji Johnson, who was supposed to look after the Lagos administrator. Then Inspector of Police Cam Salim was there. And they all brought their own secretaries. And in addition to their own secretaries, for example, we had somebody called N.U. Aman, who is the secretary to the military governor of the East. The Rani is for the military, under military secretary governor of the office of Midwest. We have Alhaji Ali Akilu for the Northern. Then a handful of permanent secretaries. Most significant is Prince S.I.A. Akinzue, who is a permanent Undersecretary of the Federal Cabinet Office. I mentioned him because he was one of the permanent secretaries who play an important role later on. So, basically, all the governors got together. This constituted the Supreme Military Council. These are the ones, the highest authority running what was left of Nigeria. So, what were they discussing? Well, they have to find a way to solve the impasse. What has happened in Nigeria? How are they all going to live together again? So what were the things they discussed? Okay. Amongst their discussions is how they're all going to live together again as one nation. And so, for that to happen, you've got to have the key or the salient features which was affecting the whole administration. First of all, they decided as officers and gentlemen not to use force to resolve Nigerian problem. So they said, from now on, we're no longer going to deploy force. And they all agreed. Sorry, I forgot to mention that before they met, there was an agenda drawn up for the meeting. Ojukwu proposed it, and they all agreed on what they're going to discuss. Having decided what they're going to discuss as an agenda, then they picked up the major issues. Major issues is not to use force to resolve the problem that's facing Nigeria. The next one is where the arms are being imported to stop it, and to discuss how to share whatever weapons they have, so no more importation of weapons. They want to find out the ways of carrying out, looking after the displaced persons. For example, if you're a government worker and you've been chased out from Kanu, and you haven't had your salary since, is it October, is it May? How are you going to feed your family? So we need to find a way of rehabilitating them, particularly the government workers. I feel sorry for those who earn a dividend by themselves. No one's going to pay them, but at least the government workers need to be paid. They need to then find a way of reorganizing the army, because when the conflict started, if you're from the east and you're living in the north, you have to find a way to the east to escape being killed. And as a result, there is an exchange. And if you're in the military in the north of the northern origin, you have to make your way back to the north. The sad thing was that those returning from outside Nigeria, outside the eastern region, became empty-handed because they were fleeing, whereas those in Enugu carried all their weapons and ammunition from Enugu and moved away to the north. So, the question now in Aburi is how do you rehabilitate them all so that those in the north remained in the north, those in the east remained in the east, and the west in the west. But the problem with the west that they didn't have enough soldiers, so the northerners were actually camping in the west. The argument being there's not enough Yoruba soldiers to man Lagos and Ikeja and so on. It's partly due to the fact that if you're Yoruba, you thought those in the army, obviously they haven't got anything better to do. They're not educated, so why should they, maybe the army's the only way out. So the Yoruba, like the Igbos, there's a song that used to sing, soldier back the army. So in other words, it's not a popular trade to go into joining the army. So Yoruba, not surprisingly, didn't have enough soldiers. Igbos, most of them were officers. So now they've been disbanded, so they have to find a way of reintegrating everybody into what will be a Nigerian army. So, what was the outcome? The outcome was, if you're in the Nigerian army, because everybody has gone to their own regions, you've got to have an area of responsibility, which equates to the region. So if you're, for example, in the east, you have that region under your control. So what we call area command. You're in charge of the security of that area. If you're in the north, you're in charge of the area of the north, the security and all the personnel there. Likewise in the west and so on, Midwest. So with few fine-tuning, the army has to be reorganized. And if there's any problem with the whole of the country, well then, that's where the Supreme Military Council comes in, because each region have to send delegation to the center. And that center has to be run by a chief of staff with equal representation from various parts of the country. So really what I'm painting is an army has been disintegrated, but you still need the military to run the country. So first of all the powers vested in the Supreme Military Council, what is all the governors, who are looking after all the regions, and they send the delegation to the center to talk with other members as, if you like, in case there's any problem, any external threat. I don't know anyone invading Nigeria. If that should happen, they'll be able to come together and fight off an invasion. So all these things are being discussed at Aburi. When it comes to appointing the really high-powered, super-scale ministers, secretaries, permanent secretaries, that decision has to be made by the Supreme Military Council. But the issue now is, we don't know what's happened to the Supreme Commander, Excelency. And when this topic came up, they shut down the discussion and went into a special room. And where Ojukwu was told that Excelency has been killed, and it's not that he didn't know, but for Gowon to become the head of government militarily, we have to say what has happened to the previous head of state. And they're saying in their discussion is that when a general dies or a commander dies, we lower the flag. And then the king is dead, long live the king. Another one will take over. But if the king is dead, then no one has said the king is dead. So how do you then have a new head? So it was then that Gowon admitted, yes, Excelency has died. And indeed, later on when they came back from Aburi, it was announced on the radio that Excelency and Aji had been killed. Therefore, they had the burial later on. So we'll just as a side. Now, so the point I'm making, because we need to move a bit faster now, is that there was an agreement that the country is not going to be run by a supreme commander, but a commander-in-chief. Let me explain that. The difference now, when Agui-Ironsi was in charge, Agui-Ironsi was the supreme commander. He's more senior than all the governors he appointed, Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, Faji in the west, Ojukwu in the east, Hassan in the north, and Ejo in the midwest. So they are senior to them militarily. So he's their boss. They report to him. So he's the supreme commander. What happened in Aburi was that you now have all the regions in their own, if you like, umbrellas. Yeah, area command. So Ojukwu will be commanding the east. Adebayo will be commanding the west. Ejo will be commanding the midwest, and Hassan will be commanding the north. They're not necessarily, they're, if you like, on the same level. But Gowon is not above them. Gowon is like the, if you like, it's not the supreme commander, but commander-in-chief. Does that make sense? Very confusing. So his commander-in-chief rank is opposed, it's not as powerful as Ironsi had. So he felt he's been debased a little. But those in the regions have all the power to command those regions, and they're able to report to when these guys come together in the Supreme Military Council, which is the highest authority done in the country. And so is sounding very confused. But to cut a long story short, Gowon was supposed to supervise, and it doesn't have as much power as Agui-Ironsi, and this is where everything became a little bit confusing and entangled. So Gowon thought his power has been clipped because the military governors of individual regions appears to be more autonomous and able to do more for the area command. They're in charge of security, those areas, and so on and so forth. That is the only way Nigeria was going to work at that time, because all the soldiers can't come to the center because they're in different regions because of what has happened, the pogroms that were killing all the Igbos and all the army. If you recall what happened, you call a bugle and everybody rushes out to the parade ground. If you're Igbo, you're killed. If you escape, you're lucky. So that way they wiped out the Igbo officers. So you can't then go back to the north as in the army, because you can't trust that you're going to come back alive. So you could only be a military in your own part where you're from. So that was what Aburi was allowing people to understand. So they dissolved the center, but the center need to have representatives coming from the regions as part of, if you like, those who will look after the country if there's any confusion, any fight. So Gowon felt this, although his power is no longer supreme military commander, but he's a commander-in-chief. Okay, so that's what I was trying to explain. Now, so there's a lot of planning that was required. So if you're going to appoint ambassadors, super scale administrators, or if you like, permanent secretaries, you need a permission from the center. Everybody have to agree. Now, because the problem is that if you're going to have a meeting, Ojukwu need to go there, and Ojukwu said, I'm not coming into Lagos or to Ibadan or to Kaduna because the Nigerian military are there. They can't guarantee my safety. So, if we have a situation where we need everybody to be there from the regions, if for one reason or the other somebody cannot be there, then you need to allow them to make a comment on the decision that's been arrived. If they don't agree, or they are concurrent. They agree or they comment on it. So that is how Nigeria was going to run, because everything has broken down. So some form of, they're not quite in the center, marching up and down as comrades before. Because of the killing that has occurred, there had to be some form of a distancing from how they used to be. So, as you could say, we need to move apart a little rather than come together and in collision perish. So it's very, very complicated. So, what then happened was that I forgot to mention to you that when the whole thing started, it was decided that the outcome of this meeting, the minutes and everything, will be handed over to the African Organization of African Unity. It wasn't African Union at that time, it was Organization of African Unity. And deposit the findings so that they have it as a record. Everybody said, no, this is a Nigerian affair, we're going to keep it in turn, we'll forget, no. So that one, they didn't agree with it. Ojukwu gave in. But they agreed that they have to record the meeting. So it was being recorded so that everybody would get a copy of what they said, even though they had the secretaries, but the whole thing being recorded so that, as unfortunate as it turned out in the future, we now need to say who said what and when and how, so there'll be no confusion. So this meeting was recorded. And what else should I say? So when they were all ready, after 2 days of discussion, everybody agreed with a plan. And General Ankara, the Ghanaian head of state, asked, does anybody need to amend anything? They said no. The secretaries went through it. Everybody was okay. They signed, and it was actually a good meeting. In the end, they were all happy. And if you look at the pictures or the clips of the video, you saw Ojukwu and Gowon eating from the same plate. I think I saw Gowon take a meatball into his mouth and Ojukwu scoop some rice. None of them used a long spoon. They were eating from the same plate. They were friends. They were comrades. And everybody was happy when the meeting finished. And the newspaper article says the meeting was a cordial meeting. So that was how Aburi ended. Now, so Ojukwu said, according to him, on their way back, remember they flew in separately. Ojukwu went straight from Enugu to Ghana. The Ghana provided a helicopter. And Gowon from Lagos and another delegation went direct. So they all met in Ghana. But on their way back to the airport, Ankara, according to Ojukwu, accompanied both Ojukwu and Gowon. And Ojukwu said that Ankara sat in the middle between two of them. And Ojukwu said, in his usual dramatic way, General, sir, I'd like you to put your hand, they put their hand and made a pledge that provided this agreement is agreed, that he will be the one to propose Gowon to be the supreme commander. Okay, so something to that extent anyway. So the general was so pleased with them that they've done so well, they've done Africa a favor, avoided further confrontation and further bloodshed. Everybody was so happy. So Ojukwu got home and they popped champagne because, wow, it's just what's happened. And the war is avoided. Phew, few sigh of relief. And the plan was that Gowon was supposed to make an announcement and explain to the nation what has happened. And then Ojukwu and all the other region would then follow up and do their announcement. So when they got back, it was rumored that Gowon said he had a cold or something like that. So he didn't make an announcement. Day one passed, no announcement. Day two passed, no announcement. So people say, Oga, sir, you guys went to Aburi and said you went there. Anyone could tell us what you guys discussed? Because we're waiting on Gowon. But what was happening was that one of the permanent secretaries, called Akinzwe, as we know, he's the prince. He later became the Oba of Benin. He was one of the permanent secretaries. He was actually in the meeting. The papers had been signed. Everybody was happy. They all went home. So Akinzwe decided with other secretaries to review the meeting agreement. Okay, this is how the story went. But they looked into it again and said, Your Excellency, sir, go on. You know, this thing we signed. Oga Inogudo, I don't know, he didn't speak broken English. He didn't think that the agreement will be good because he says it almost looks like there's going to be a confederacy. Because you could say, I didn't use the word confederacy. Nobody mentioned the word confederacy. It was a situation that made them decide what they decided. But the permanent secretaries went over it and said, Gowan has been, it's as though his power has been weakened. One, and that it would appear that he's given too much away to Juku. Hello, he's given too much away to Juku. And if the way it is how it is, then Nigeria will be divided. I think I better not just put words into my mouth. Let me just read a little bit about what Akinzwe actually wrote. So because he spoke to Gowan and said they don't think that this agreement needs a bit more discussion. And Gowan said, well, you better raise a memo because he raised some objections to what was agreed in Aburi. So that's step one. Gowan told him to raise a memo. And then he said, someone said the copy of whatever he has written is in the presidency. Gowan has it up to today, still alive. So he said the civil servants are to be seen and not heard, of course. But Prince Akinzwe raised a memo to the world. He didn't release it. The memo was dated January the 8th. Remember, the Aburi was 4th and 5th of January. So on the 8th, a memo was written by Prince Akinzwe. And he says, Your Excellency, in view of my discussion with you last night, I am raising this memo in the interest of our fatherland, Nigeria. Prince Akinzwe traced the long and hard road that Nigeria had traveled and stressed on the need to keep a united Nigeria. In his view, he said in the memo that Gowan had given too much away in Aburi and that it would lead to the destruction of the country. He further added that Gowan had legalized total regionalism, which will make the center very weak. Prince Akinzwe alluded in his memo that a weak center will lead to confederation and total disintegration of the country. It was this memo that prompted Gowan to summon a meeting of the secretaries to the military government and other officials, which was held in Benin City on February 16th and 17th. So you can understand what's happening now. We have gone to Aburi. We have discussed at length. The highest authority of the government have made a decision. They have all signed it. The secretary said, I'm not happy. Give me a memo. Oh, well, the way it's set up, the west will be west, the east will be east, the midwest, and we meet in the middle. It will give the regions more power, and they may pull apart, and Nigeria will pull away. Really? What was the alternative then? You carry on killing people. Is that the alternative? Because the people in the East, the military can't come to the center because of their experience. So there was a lot of misunderstanding. As each time we come to this sort of situation, we turn to our friend the British. They weren't happy that the Ojukwu turned them down and having this conference in their frigate offshore. So we think the advice they were giving Gowon wasn't quite what it should have been. Because it's an arrangement agreed by Africans in their brotherly communication skills. They were all military officers together. They trained together. They said that Ojukwu was over-prepared. He brought his Oxford English and confused them. Come on. Which part of English did they not understand? That his people were killed. And they need some sort of security. That you can't force people to be in the military barracks where they were killed previously. That until the civilians take over in a new constitution, the army need to be in individual regions looked after by whoever the governor is, and that governor is in charge of that area. That's area command. So it took charge of security, the police, the army, to make sure that area is okay. And if anyone attacks Nigeria, they come together in the center and defend. So it's the best practical solution they can come up with. But this memo raised by the permanent secretaries looked into it and thought this will lead Nigeria to go fragment. As I said earlier, if anybody has not to lose, it's those from the East, because they built up Lagos and all those places. So they're not in a hurry to leave Nigeria, which is, I suppose, an addition of the security issues. So they thought a lot has been given to Ojukwu because they were in the East, they were celebrating. They felt the dreaded war. So it came as a bombshell that after the secretaries met, they were saying, in fact, it is good to review something as a secretary, but they went one step further. What step did they go further? You review an article, you review something, and then they went as far as said, we have discovered that it was that, we should reject this, we should not accept it. But the acceptance of an agreement made in good faith, without compulsion, they all signed it. It's not something you unilaterally reneged or cancelled without coming back and asking for further clarification and modification. So this is really where Nigeria unraveled, because it was suggested that Gowon has given too much away. Away to who? That they have legalized certain regionalism. Well, isn't that what the Northerners wanted? They wanted to have a northern state. They wanted it to be, north for north, east for east, west for west, and Nigeria for us, so on. So what was agreed at Aburi was, in a way, the best they could come up with. But it was turned into something that wasn't going to work without it being tried. And in response then, when Gowon began to publish another article, which is not what was agreed in Aburi, so you can imagine the anger and the, if you like, what was happening now in the East. Rather than celebrating that at least the fear of war is now receding, they now have to find out how best to defend themselves. So Ojukwu stepped up and then said, on Aburi we stand. Okay, so that slogan began to resonate. We're standing on Aburi. This is the only thing our people can accept, if you like, is the last straw. On Aburi we stand. And what I'm going to do now is to tell you how Ojukwu explained this Aburi distortion of the Aburi Accord, what was coming from Lagos and distorting the actual story. Instead of telling it the way it is, what was agreed on, decided to distort the story. So this is what Ojukwu had to say. He said, anybody who was present at the Aburi meeting or has read the minutes, the communiques, the statements, the verbatim reports, would be surprised that a person who calls himself a head of state could so deliberately mislead accredited representatives of foreign governments by saying that the implementation of each item of the conclusions required prior detailed examination by the administrative and professional experts in various fields. That's some heavy grammar. That Gawan, or what was being changed, is not really how it made it. It did not require any, it was a decision. Let me just finish reading and then we'll discuss it. It says the conclusions in Aburi were no proposals. It's very critical. They are not proposals, but decisions taken by the highest authority in the land. Okay? So the highest authority in the land have gone and made a decision. It's not a proposal. This is what we're going to go for to keep the Nigeria united and remain strong and so on. We are not asking for your opinions or how we should run it. We have made a decision. And when you make a decision as a military, you stick to it. If it goes wrong, you modify it. But this hasn't even been tried. And someone is concluding that it's going to cause Nigeria to disintegrate. It's going to go into regions. People are going to look after their region. That's what they've been doing all along, anyway. But let me carry on. He then went and said, what happened, in fact, Ojukwu said, was that specific matters, namely the decrees and sections of decrees to be repealed, because since January 15th coup, there are lots of decrees that have come out, and those decrees are now being repealed, meaning cancelled. Okay? We're going to cancel them and use what works for the sake of peace and security of everybody. So, in conclusion, then, Aburi were no proposals, but decisions. And the degrees and sections of decrees to be repealed, the mechanics of any reorganization was discussed, and the questions of rehabilitation, refugees, those who need to be paid, were referred to experts, because those are the ones who know how to look after the rehabilitation people. The meeting of the financial experts to consider the question of rehabilitation of displaced persons have not been held because, for some unknown reason, the Ministry of Finance does not think that such a meeting would serve any useful purpose. That's nonsense. Then he went on to say the army experts met and reached agreements, but these were rejected. Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, Ojukwu went on, told the heads of missions, that's the heads of people representing various countries, the embassies and so on, that the agreement about returning the regions to the position before January 17th also meant, in effect, that the federal government in Lagos would continue to carry on its functions as before. But he failed to inform the world that the decisions taken at Aburi, the federal government, meant no more than the Supreme Military Council. No one, of course, who knows the sort of advice Gowon was receiving in Lagos would be surprised by the suppression and distortion of the truth. So something was happening. Gowon was saying one thing from what was discussed. This is what Ojukwu said. He said, the actual Aburi decisions reads as follows. Members agreed that the legislative and executive authority of the federal military government, these are the ones running the country, should remain in the Supreme Military Council, SMC. Not one person calling the shot. 4 heads of the regions come together as the military council. They decide what to do, to which any decision affecting the whole country shall be referred for determination, provided that where it is possible for a meeting to be held, the matter requiring determination must be referred to the military governors for their comment and concurrence. If they can't meet, then we make sure other members of the Supreme Military Council have seen that decision and then commented on it, agreed or disagreed on it. Okay. The next bit. The regional members felt that all the decrees passed since January 15, 1966, and which detracted from previous powers and positions of regional governments should be repealed if mutual confidence is to be restored. So in order to go forward, all those rules that were enacted by the military should now be put aside so that the regions can develop in such a way that they have the confidence of the decision making going forward. It is difficult, he went on, to understand the introduction of the word veto. Throughout their discussion, Gowon was now bringing a word called veto. Nobody gave anybody any veto to veto any decision. Okay? What Gowon wanted to do is to grab the power and decide what and when to say whatever he wants to say, and other people need to kowtow to it. So Ojukwu said there's no way, we didn't use the word veto into the matter. The Aburi agreement was that any decision which affected the whole country must receive the concurrence of all the military governors because of their special responsibilities in their different area of authority, and so to the country as a corporate whole. So if you're going to make a decision, let the governors know and get their understanding. Now, on the organization, regarding the reorganization of the army, remember, the army is now fragmented. If you're Yoruba, you belong to Yoruba. If you're Hausa, you're in the Hausa band. If you're Igbo, so the reorganization of the army is something you have to do. So it says, it is for Lieutenant Colonel Gowon to explain to the world what he means by the army continuing to be under one command. Gowon feels the army has to be under one command, his command. So you could say he has to explain to the world what that means. When in the very next sentence of his statement, he said, also speaks of an agreement to establish area commands corresponding with the existing regional boundaries. So how do you have one command when you have area commands? So this contradiction in itself tells the truth. The one does not need to be labeled a point. So Ojukwu has made a point in this statement that Gowon is saying the army has to continue to be under one command. But on the other hand, it's talking about regional area commands, which correspond to the regions. So this is what Ojukwu said. The actual decision of the Supreme Military Council as recorded, this has been recorded. It's not something that's been made up. It's not what Ojukwu thinks or what Ojukwu said, what Ojukwu understood. It has been recorded in the official minutes. And this is how it reads. The council decided, number one, on the reorganization of the army. A, the army to be governed by the Supreme Military Council. Council, not one person. Under a chairman to be known as the Commander-in-Chief. Not the Supreme Military Commander, but the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and head of the Federal Military Government. So you have SMC, Supreme Military Council, headed by governors from various regions, and the chairperson is the Commander-in-Chief. That's who the highest running body of that country should be. Number two, establishment of a military headquarters comprising equal representations from the regions and headed by a chief of staff. So you have a chief of staff who's now got people from various regions in that particular council called the military headquarters for fairness to reign. Number three, creation of area commands corresponding to existing regions, Eastern region, Western region, Northern region, Midwestern region, and under the charge of area commander. Number four, matters of policy, including appointments and promotions to the top executive posts in the armed forces and the police, to be dealt with by the Supreme Military Council. So if you're going to appoint somebody who's got a higher ranking in the East, the Supreme Military Council have to decide that that person is suitable. In the West, that person is suitable. In the North, that person is suitable. So it's not therefore the West appointing whoever they feel like. Okay? So that was that safety valve. The next one, number five. During the period of the military government, because the military are not going to stay there forever, but during their period of government, the military governors will have control over area commands for internal security. So you will not have somebody coming from Timbuktu and ransacking your village and getting away with it. The person who's ruling that part of the region has a control to make sure who comes in and who goes out. You have security. Isn't that what we're happening now? So this was decided 4th and 5th of January 1967. You need to have internal security, which controls the area by the area commander. Okay? The next one, that the creation of Lagos garrison, including Ikeja barracks. So we're going to create a capital, a garrison to guard the capital. Because the Yoruba need a crash course in military people coming in. They have to train people, recruit them. So, as you were saying, it is clear from the Aburi discussion that what was envisaged, what they wanted to see, was a loosely knit army administered by a representative military headquarters under the charge of a chief of staff and commanded by the Supreme Military Council, not by Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gawa, as he claimed in the present statement to the diplomats. So, what is all this about? So, Ojukwu explained crystal clear that what they decided in Aburi was a military in the country. True, this military is loosely knit, meaning there are two tiers. One is that they have a representative from each region, where there's a military headquarters under a chief of staff. And then they are also responsible under the command of the Supreme Military Council, where the regional commanders are involved. But Gowon says he's now in charge of all of these to the diplomats. says, not what Aburi said. So then, according to the Aburi Agreement, the following appointments must be approved by the Supreme Military Council. Diplomats, the diplomatic and consular posts, people representing the country abroad, need the highest authority in the land to say so. Senior posts in the armed forces and the police, yes. The super-scale federal civil service and federal corporation posts, these are the top jobs. They need the governing body of the country to say so. Everyone with even the most superficial acquaintance with the Nigerian civil servants knows that those expression means and what they connote. Everybody would understand this. And to confuse the issue, Gowon gave the impression that the main difference between him and me in Ojukwu on this particular decision was that I insisted on cancelling the appointments of existing civil servants. Ojukwu said, I can think of nothing more salacious. Ojukwu didn't say, let's cancel all the appointments of all those who are already there. It was nowhere near the minutes of the Aburi, but this was inserted in to cause confusion. And Ojukwu then went to say, it is clear from Gowon's statement in question that he is prepared to distort the verbatim report, line by line report of a Aburi meeting. To keep the public informed, Ojukwu has to counter it. He says, the Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Service, the forerunner of Radio Biafra, will be playing the tape records of the proceedings live at specific or scheduled times. Arrangements have been completed to transform those tape recordings to long-playing gramophone records. Those who are old enough to know what a gramophone is. It's a gramophone record, the LPs. So they were minted, they produced gramophone records, which you went and buy, about the Aburi Accord, what they were discussing. So no one's going to distort or confuse it, because the regional Radio Biafra, which is Eastern Nigerian Broadcasting Service, was prepared to speak the truth and publish what was discussed in Aburi. So that nobody's going to start confusing anyone else. Okay? So we are also going ahead, it says, to print and publish the documents and records of Aburi meeting. So not only records going to be played, word for word of what happened in Aburi is going to be printed. We, he said, in the East are anxious to see that our difficulties are resolved by peaceful means and that Nigeria is preserved as a unit. But it is doubtful, and the world must judge whether Lieutenant Colonel Gowon's attitudes and other exhibitions of his insincerity are something which can lead to a return of normalcy and confidence in the country. So you see what's happening here. So Ojukwu is prepared to publish everything that will happen in Aburi, and then it's up to us to have a look ourselves and see if Gowon's attitude is actually helpful or not. So how it ended? He said, I must warn all Easterners once again to remain vigilant. Now presented the law into your own hand. Ojukwu Shamekuluka Malarimma says you shouldn't say that there'll be peace. Yeah, so he warned them to remain disciplined, remain vigilant. But okay, the East, he said, will never be intimidated, nor will she acquiesce to any form of dictation. It's not going to agree to anyone dictating to them. It is not our intention to play the aggressor. Nonetheless, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. Remember, I talk about genius slaughter all the time. They've been slaughtering you. You have a peace thing. Now, you want them to distort it so you don't go and kill more people. So nonetheless, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. We are ready to defend our homeland. Fellow countrymen and women, on Aburi we stand. So that's how you can do that. And that's why you have the T-shirt, on Aburi we stand. It's the last straw. If they're distorting an agreement we had, why are we having more meetings? What's going to happen? Okay, so those who have been listening, this is how the Aburi went there. The Africans went to Ghana and a neutral country, decided 2 days discussion, it ended peacefully, and they came back, everything unraveled. Yeah? Each time Nigeria tries to get peace and unity and make things work, something, a spanner is thrown into the works. It's like the country is designed, so if you like, failure engineered. So anytime anything's going to work, the failure engineer kicks in. Okay? And that is really what happened in Aburi. Instead of it being united, because Nigeria would have recovered, the Eastern would have recovered if they were given assistance, if they weren't, attacked, if they weren't pushed to the wall. So from the next discussion is to see what happened from this Aburi distortion to the declaration of Biafra. Because you can't go back. You can only go forward for your own protection. So Juku said, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. So, Mazi Jonathan, this is where we're going to leave it for today regarding Aburi. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi, but before you go, before you make your passing shots, let me ask or bring out these 2 points for you to also
go ahead.
Yeah. Now, I know Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been saying this right from beginning, and I want you to also talk about it. We are slaughtered in our millions, Biafrans, I mean, because of asking for restructuring. That is Aburi Accord. That is what it means. Restructuring Nigeria to the regional system that it was. And the powers that be, Britain instructed Gowon not to do so. Mazi, today, we see people asking restructuring, very simple. Oh, restructuring. Mazi, what do you think? If we Biafrans, we also agree on restructuring, let's say that, okay, they say restructuring, and I say, okay, it's okay for us. Is it not urinating on the graves of millions of our people that died because of this restructuring? Could they refuse? Because Aburi called this restructuring, and they refuse, and we are massacred. And today we see some people that are talking about restructuring. That is number 1 point. Number 2 question I want to ask is this. You will see the then chairman of the military council, Ghanaian military council, or the head of state of Ghana, that is Lieutenant General Ankara. He hosted this this meeting, this conference in Aburi. We know that also Ankara is maybe a British agent because they removed the Kwame Nkrumah. So, in all the things that happened, the war, the subsequent Biafra war, and everything that happened, did we ever hear Ankara or any of them that witnessed this accord to give testimony or to say something about what happened or to condemn it, that, this type of thing? Do we ever hear about Ankara or any of the military junta that time? They come and testify against Gowon or say something that, look, or this shouldn't be. Please, these are the 2 points I want you also, if you can say something about them. There.
Yes, thank you very much. These are very pertinent questions in the sense that, in fact, I do the second one first. Ankara, to be fair to him, they took over from Nkrumah. Nkrumah was going to, I think, was it